The room is dark. You can feel the weight of the mattress beneath you, the slow rise and fall of your own chest. Your eyes are closed. And yet, your mind is not empty. It never is. There is something moving in there tonight. Not a thought exactly, not a worry with a name attached. Something older than that. A pull towards something you cannot quite see. A flicker at the edge of what you know about yourself. Jung noticed this. He spent 50 years noticing it. And what he found in the silence beneath conscious thought was not the absence of anything. It was the presence of everything that came before. He called it the collective unconscious, not your unconscious, not the layer where you store embarrassing memories and avoided conversations. Something deeper, something shared. A basement beneath the basement, where the architecture is not personal at all. Tonight, we move into that space together. Let your body settle. Feel where it presses against the bed. Your shoulders, your hips, the backs of your heels. You do not need to go anywhere. You do not need to follow every word. The ideas will find the parts of you that need them. In 1913, Carl Jung sat in his study in Zurich. He had just ended the most important professional relationship of his life, Sigmund Freud, and he had parted ways, not quietly. Years of correspondence, collaboration, admiration, gone. Jung was 40 years old. He described himself afterward as having lost the ground beneath him. What happened next is one of the stranger episodes in the history of psychology. Jung began hearing voices. He began seeing images he could not explain. A figure he called Philemon appeared to him in visions, an old man with the wings of a kingfisher. Jung wrote down everything, painted it, illuminated it in an enormous, handcrafted manuscript that he would not show anyone for decades. He was doing something that looked from the outside like a breakdown. He was doing something that was, from the inside, the most important work of his life. He was listening, not to himself, to what was beneath himself. What he heard would take him 30 more years to fully name, but the shape of it was already there in those Zurich nights. There is a layer of the mind that does not belong to any one person. It belongs to all of us. And it is active, it is busy, it is running things you think you are choosing in ways you cannot currently see. That is the idea we will sit with tonight. Not to frighten you, not to make you feel powerless, but because understanding this, truly feeling the weight of it, changes something. The thoughts that circle tonight at the edge of your awareness may not all be yours. Some of them are older than you, much older. And knowing that is strangely a kind of relief. There are two kinds of unease you carry into sleep. The first is personal, the specific anxieties of your specific life, the undone things, the unsaid words, the small failures of the day. The second is harder to name. It does not come from anywhere you can point to. It is simply there, beneath the surface, like pressure from below a door. Jung spent his life on the second kind. By the end of tonight, you will have a language for it. And a language for something is the beginning of being free from it. Let your jaw soften, let your hands rest. We begin in 1902, a small apartment in Paris. A young Swiss psychiatrist just arrived to study with the neurologist Pierre Janet. He is 27 years old. He is writing letters home. He is beginning to wonder why human beings are the way we are. His name is Carl Jung, and what he is about to discover will not make the world simpler, it will make the world stranger. And in that strangeness, in the depth of it, there is something that looks from a certain angle like peace. Chapter 2, Jung and the Broken Surface of Reality. Sigmund Freud believed the unconscious was a container, a holding place for what the conscious mind could not tolerate, repressed desires, childhood traumas, sexual energy rerouted through the machinery of civilization. For Freud, the unconscious was personal. It was your unconscious, filled with the specific history of your specific body and your specific family and the specific things you had not been allowed to want. Carl Jung agreed with much of this. For nearly a decade, he agreed enthusiastically. He corresponded with Freud almost daily. He defended Freud's ideas to skeptical Swiss colleagues. He was Freud's chosen successor, designated publicly as the Crown Prince of the psychoanalytic movement. Then Jung started asking the wrong questions. The question that broke the friendship was this: what if the unconscious is not only personal? What if there is something beneath the personal layer, something that does not belong to you at all? Freud heard this as a retreat from science, a return to mysticism, an embarrassment. The letters grew cold. By 1913, the correspondence had stopped. Jung lost more than a friendship. He lost a framework. He lost a community. He lost the certainty that he understood what he was doing. And he sat in that study in Zurich, and he listened. The Red Book, the manuscript he began in those years, is a strange and disturbing document. He wrote in it as if he were having conversations with figures who lived inside his mind. Philemon, the old winged man, Salome, the daughter of Herod, a serpent who wound around his body as he sat in waking visions. He wrote down what they said, he argued with them. Here is what Jung understood about those conversations, looking back decades later. The figures were not him. They were autonomous. They had their own logic, their own ideas. They said things he had not planned for them to say, and he wrote those things down in astonishment. He was not inventing these figures, he was encountering them. This is the thought that breaks the surface of ordinary reality, if you let it in. Most of us believe that what goes on inside our minds is ours. Our thoughts, our feelings, our memories, our fears. We are the authors of our inner life. Jung spent the rest of his life arguing that this is partly, only partly, true. There is a layer of the psyche that generates images, voices, patterns, and feelings without any input from the personal self. It does not emerge from your childhood, It does not reflect your particular history. It is, in Jung's terms, objective. It operates by its own rules. And it has been operating in human beings for as long as human beings have existed. What broke the surface of Jung's reality in 1913 was not a psychosis, though it looked like one. It was an encounter with something real, something that the rational categories of early 20th century medicine had no place for. He did not panic. He did not medicate it away. He did not pretend it was not happening. He took notes. Feel the weight of your body. You do not need to hold any of this tightly. Let it drift past you like the narration it is. Pierre Janet, Jung's early teacher in Paris, had proposed something called the subconscious, a layer beneath waking thought that could act independently. Janet had documented patients whose bodies behaved in ways their conscious minds denied. Paralysis without physical cause. Memory loss that followed emotional logic rather than neurological damage. Something was running in the background. Jung took this further than Janet had imagined, further than Freud would permit, further than almost anyone at the time was willing to go. He proposed that the background something was not just individual, not just the residue of your personal history acting without your permission. He proposed that it was collective, ancient, inherited in the same sense that your bone structure is inherited, not a choice, not a memory, but a form, a template, a shape the psyche takes, because it has always taken that shape, and the shapes had names. He called them archetypes. We will reach them soon. First, let one thing settle. There is something in the mind that is not yours. It is older than you. It was here before you, and it will be here after. And it is not hostile. It is not alien. It is, in the deepest possible sense, you, a version of you that existed before you were born. That is the broken surface of reality Jung is offering tonight. Let your breathing slow. The darkness around you is patient. Chapter 3. Why the collective unconscious terrifies. Let us name the fear before we go any further. The idea of the collective unconscious is unsettling in a specific way. Not the way ghost stories are unsettling, not the way physical danger is unsettling. It is unsettling in the way that looking down from a great height is unsettling, not because you are falling, but because you can see how small the solid ground is beneath your feet. Most of us live our lives with a quiet assumption at the center of everything. I am the author of my inner experience. What I think, I have thought. What I feel, I have generated. What I believe is a product of my particular history, my particular reasoning, my choices. This assumption is not quite wrong, but it is much less true than it feels. If Jung is right, and 50 years of cross-cultural research in anthropology, comparative mythology, and depth psychology suggests he is substantially correct, then your inner life is layered in ways the conscious self cannot fully see. The top layer is personal. Your memories, your wounds, your accumulated preferences and fears. But beneath that, something else is running. something that was already running when you were born, something shared by a farmer in 12th century Bavaria and a fisherman in pre-colonial Polynesia and a child in a high-rise apartment in Seoul in the 21st century. The same images, the same patterns, the same figures, appearing in different costumes in different centuries, in different hemispheres. That sameness is what terrifies, because it suggests that what feels most intimately mine, my inner life, my dreams, my inexplicable fears, the images that float up in the hour before sleep, may not be uniquely mine at all. They may be visitations from a shared library, patterns borrowing my psyche to express themselves. Søren Kierkegaard wrote in 1844 that anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. He meant that when we stand at the edge of genuine choice, real possibility in all directions, the openness itself becomes vertiginous. Not fear of something specific, fear of the infinite. Jung's thought produces a different dizziness, not the dizziness of infinite possibility, but the dizziness of depth. When you look down into the collective layer, what you see is not the floor of yourself. It is another floor, and beneath that, another, and beneath that, the bedrock, something shared with every human being who has ever lived. That is a long way down. And yet, here is the turn Jung always makes. The thing that distinguishes his thinking from simple horror. He does not stop at the terror, he goes through it. Because if the images and patterns inside you are shared, if the fear that moves through you at 3 a.m. has moved through millions of human beings in the same form, then you are not, in that fear, alone. You are, in that fear, connected. The dread that sits on your chest in the dark is the same dread that sat on the chest of a Roman soldier, a medieval peasant, a philosopher in a cold stone room. You are not unusual. You are not broken. You are human in the deepest possible sense, feeling what human beings have always felt, shaped by the same invisible architecture. That is the terrifying thing, and that is also the comforting thing. It depends entirely on which way you look. Let your shoulders drop. Nothing about this moment requires anything of you. The collective unconscious is not a metaphor. Jung insisted on this. He was trained as a scientist. He spent years in Burgholzli Psychiatric Hospital in Zurich, examining patients whose symptoms resembled patterns from mythologies they had never read. A young man with no education producing, in his delusions, images that matched Mithraic sun rituals from ancient Rome. Jung did not dismiss this as coincidence. He documented it. He traced the parallels across cultures. He built a body of evidence. The archetypes are not poetic fictions. They are, in Jung's view, structural features of the human psyche, as real as the architecture of the brain, as consistent across individuals as the basic patterns of perception. What this means for tonight, for this hour before sleep, is this. Whatever is moving in you right now, whatever unnamed restlessness or quiet weight, it is not only yours. Some of it comes from a depth you did not make, and that depth is not against you. It is in its strange way, trying to speak. The question is simply whether, in the stillness of this room, you are willing to listen. Chapter 4. Consciousness is not alone. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, wrote in 1890 that the margin of consciousness is alive. Not the center, the margin. The fringe of what you are aware of at any given moment. He described ordinary waking experience as the tip of a field, not the whole field. You attend to one thing, but adjacent to that one thing, just barely out of focus, is a continuous penumbra of sensation, feeling, intuition, memory, half-formed, not quite articulated, present but not summoned. James called this the stream of consciousness, a phrase that has since been used loosely and poorly. What he meant was precise. Consciousness is not a spotlight. It is a river with a visible surface and an invisible depth. Jung built on this, but he went deeper than James was willing to go. James proposed that the margins of consciousness contained personal material, things you had experienced but not attended to, feelings you had registered but not processed. This was a comfortable position. The fringe was still yours. The river was still your river, carrying your particular water. Jung said, "Look beneath the surface of the river. The riverbed itself is shared. The channel the water runs through, the shape of the thing, is not something you made. It is something you were born into, something every human being is born into." He called the personal layer the personal unconscious. He called the deeper layer the collective unconscious. The distinction is crucial and easy to miss. The personal unconscious is the place where your forgotten appointments live, where the argument from 1987 still replays occasionally, where the smell of a particular soap can open a door to a childhood kitchen. This is Freud's territory, mostly, and it is real. Personal history, compressed and stored, running quietly beneath the surface of your attention. The collective unconscious is something else entirely. It contains nothing you have personally experienced. It contains what every human being inherits simply by being human. The patterns, the templates, the pre-existing shapes that experience will come to fill, the way water fills whatever vessel it is poured into. But the vessel itself was not made by the water. Pierre Janet had gotten close to this, working in Paris in the 1880s and 1890s. He documented cases where patients' symptoms matched patterns from lives they had never lived, histories they had never been told. He called these fixed ideas splinters of psychic organization operating below conscious control. He lacked the vocabulary for what he had found. He had touched something he did not have a theory for. Jung provided the theory, and the theory says this: your conscious mind, the part making choices and plans and interpretations right now, is not alone in its body. It is accompanied. It has been accompanied since birth by a set of preformed structures inherited from the entire history of the human species, that are shaping what you notice, what you feel, what you fear, what you love. before the conscious self has any say in the matter. You are, right now, in this room, in this darkness, thinking thoughts that feel like yours. Some of them are, and some of them are much older. Feel the weight of your legs. Let your hands open. The philosopher Immanuel Kant proposed in 1781 that the human mind does not passively receive experience, it actively shapes it. Space and time are not features of the world that we perceive, they are categories of perception that the mind imposes on the world. We do not find order in experience, we bring order to experience. Jung took this idea and made it psychological rather than purely philosophical. The archetypes are, in this sense, Kantian categories of the psyche. Preformed shapes that structure what experience can mean. Not what it is, but what it can mean. The shape that grief takes. The shape that heroism takes. The shape that the good parent takes and the terrible parent takes. These shapes are not invented by each person individually. They arrive preformed. Experience fills them, activates them, clothes them in specific imagery. But the clothing is personal. The body beneath the clothing is collective. That body is what we are moving toward tonight. Chapter 5. The shared depth beneath the self. In the 1860s, a German anthropologist named Adolf Bastian traveled to what was then called Burma, Thailand, and Indonesia, collecting folk stories from remote villages. He spoke to tribal elders, medicine men, local priests. He gathered thousands of myths. What he found disturbed him in the best possible way. The stories were different. The characters had different names. The settings were different. The specific rituals and costumes were different. But the underlying patterns, the skeleton of each story, were the same. Everywhere he went, stories about a great flood, stories about a trickster figure who steals fire or light, stories about a hero who descends into an underworld and returns transformed. Stories about a terrible mother and a good mother often merged in the same figure. Bastian proposed that human myths contain what he called elementary ideas, Elementargedanken in German, core patterns that appear spontaneously in all human cultures, independent of contact or exchange. And then, layered over these elementary ideas, the local variations, what he called folk ideas, specific to particular cultures and histories. Jung read Bastian. He read him carefully. And Bastian's elementary ideas became, in Jung's hands, archetypes. The word archetype comes from the Greek arche, original, first, typos, impression, pattern, model. An archetype is an original pattern, a first impression, not a copy of something else, but the thing the copies come from. Jung proposed that these original patterns are not cultural, they are not learned, they are not transmitted from parent to child through storytelling, though storytelling reinflates them in each generation. They are, in his language, psychic structures, built into the human brain, or, more precisely, into the layer of the psyche that the brain generates, in the same way that the basic architecture of the eye is built into every human being. every human eye sees. The specific things each eye has seen are different, but the apparatus for seeing is shared. Every human psyche contains archetypes. The specific images and experiences that have activated each person's archetypes are different, but the apparatus, the shapes, the templates, the patterns is shared. This is the shared depth beneath the self. Let your jaw soften. Your breath does not need to be controlled. Let it find its own pace. The implication is vast, and once you feel it, oddly stabilizing. You have never been through this life alone. Not just in the sense of other people accompanying you, though that is true, but in a deeper sense. The experiences that feel most private, most specific, most belonging to you. Grief, love, terror, ecstasy. The strange wonder of standing in a landscape you have never seen before, and feeling inexplicably that you are home. These experiences are not anomalies. They are activations. They are you, touching one of the old patterns, lighting it up, inhabiting for a moment what millions of human beings have inhabited before you. The grief is yours. The shape of grief is everyone's. In 1912, Jung published a book called Transformations and Symbols of the Libido. It was his attempt to trace the archetypal patterns that appear in mythology, alchemy, medieval imagery, and the dreams and delusions of his psychiatric patients. Freud read it and was alarmed. This was not psychoanalysis anymore. This was something else. It was the beginning of analytical psychology, a new framework for the mind, one in which the deepest layer of the psyche was not private property. What we share at that depth is not language, not culture, not history. What we share is the grammar of meaning itself, the structures by which human experience becomes intelligible, the shapes that make sense of the shapeless. You came with these structures installed. You did not choose them. You could not have. They arrived with you when you arrived. The way hands arrived, the way the capacity for language arrived. And they have been quietly shaping your inner life every day, in ways the conscious self can only barely begin to trace. Chapter 6. Archetypes older than memory. Let us be precise about what an archetype is, because the word has escaped into the culture and been made vague by overuse. An archetype is not a character. It is not a type of person. It is not a symbol in the ordinary sense. It is a structural potential, a pattern waiting for experience to activate it. Think of it this way. A magnet has a field. You cannot see the field. But if you scatter iron filings across a piece of paper and hold the magnet beneath, the filings arrange themselves in a pattern. The pattern was always there in the structure of the magnetic field. The filings did not create the pattern. They revealed it. An archetype is the magnetic field. The experiences of your life are the iron filings. They arrange themselves, your feelings, your images, your dreams, your deepest responses, according to patterns that were already present before any of your experience began. Jung identified several primary archetypes that appear with the most consistency across human cultures and across his clinical work. The shadow is the first, and in some ways the most practically important. It is the part of the psyche that the conscious self refuses, not simply the negative parts, though those are in there. Everything that the ego defines itself against. If you think of yourself as rational, your shadow contains your irrationality. If you think of yourself as generous, your shadow contains your selfishness. It is not evil. It is simply everything you have decided you are not. The anima and animus are the second. The anima is the feminine soul image in a man's psyche. The animus is the masculine soul image in a woman's. Jung proposed that every psyche contains elements of both. The anima and animus represent everything the conscious personality has identified as belonging to the other, and they project themselves outward onto other people, most powerfully in the experience of falling in love. The wise old man, or the senex in Latin, is the third, the figure of wisdom, authority, meaning. The inner counselor that appears in dreams as a sage, a teacher, a guide. In mythology, Merlin, the Old Testament prophets, the mountain hermit, the shaman. The Great Mother is the fourth. Not your actual mother, the archetype your mother activated in you. The figure of nourishment, protection, and terrible devouring power, present in every mythology in the world, from the Indian goddess Kali, who creates and destroys, to the gentle Virgin Mary, to the witch in the forest. The same archetypal field, different cultural clothing. And then there is the self, capital S, which is the largest of all. The archetype of wholeness, the totality of the psyche, including all that the ego refuses. The self is not something you achieve. It is what you are, beneath everything the ego has built. Individuation, Jung's term for the life's work of psychological development, is the process by which the ego and the self move toward each other, not merging, not the ego dissolving, but a growing relationship between the part and the whole. Nothing needs to be understood completely right now. Let these ideas drift past. Feel the heaviness of your body where it rests. The archetypal images you know without knowing how you know them. The old man in the cave, the dark forest, the dangerous stranger, the great sea, the child abandoned and then found, the tower. The underworld, the crossing of the threshold. You have encountered these in every story you have ever loved. You have encountered them in your own dreams. And what Jung is saying, the thing that is, in its quiet way, extraordinary, is that you were born ready to meet them. Your psyche was equipped in advance for these encounters. They do not surprise the deep layers of you. They are expected, recognized, remembered, even though you have never personally lived them. That is what an archetype is. An expectation built into the fabric of the human mind. A memory of something that happened before you were born. Chapter 7. Why symbols feel ancient. There is a reason certain images stop you. Not all images, not most images, but certain ones. A circle, a serpent swallowing its tail, a great tree with roots going down as far as the branches go up, a candle flame in a dark room, an old face carved into stone. Certain images arrive with a weight that is disproportionate to their content. You cannot always explain it. The image is simple. Sometimes it is not even beautiful, and yet something in you recognizes it. Not with your memory, with something older than your memory. Jung called this numinosity, a term he borrowed from the theologian Rudolf Otto. A numinous experience is one that carries a quality of the sacred, not in the religious sense necessarily. In the experiential sense, something has a quality that is beyond its mere factual content. It resonates. It moves something that ordinary things do not move. Symbols are numinous for Jung because they connect the conscious layer to the collective layer. They are the point of contact between what you know and what you have always known without knowing it. Consider the cross, present in cultures across the world long before Christianity gave it its specific meaning. The vertical and horizontal lines, the intersection of two axes, appear in Egyptian hieroglyphs, in the cosmologies of indigenous American peoples, in Sumerian iconography. The specific theology changes. The shape does not. Something in the cross touches a pre-existing pattern in the human psyche, a pattern about the intersection of heaven and earth, of time and eternity, of the human and the divine. Jung would not say the cross means only one thing. He would say the cross touches an archetypal image that then generates meaning, different specific meanings in different cultures, because the cultural clothing is different. But the original image beneath, the template, the elementage danki, as Bastian would have said, is the same. Consider the great tree, Yggdrasil, in Norse mythology. The cosmic ash tree, whose roots reach into the world of the dead and whose branches hold the sky. The Bodhi tree beneath which the Buddha achieved enlightenment. The tree of life in the book of Genesis. The sacred cedars of Lebanon. The shamanic world tree of Siberian tribes, whose shaman climbs to reach the upper worlds. All of these are the same symbol in different costumes. The archetype of the axis mundi, the central axis connecting the upper and lower worlds through which the ordinary human world is oriented. It appears because the human psyche, across all cultures, has the same need to imagine a center, a vertical axis, a point from which direction is possible. The Mircea Eliade, a Romanian historian of religions writing in the mid-20th century, spent decades tracing these patterns. His work on the sacred and the profane, published in 1957, showed that primitive and ancient religious life organized itself around certain core spatial and temporal concepts that appear independently in vastly separated cultures. Sacred space as distinct from ordinary space. Sacred time as distinct from ordinary time. The center of the world, the moment of origins. These concepts do not come from each other. They come from something in the human psyche that generates them, as naturally as the eye generates vision. Let your breath settle. Feel the stillness of the room. Why should this matter to you tonight, lying in the dark? Because you are made of symbols, even if you have never thought about yourself that way. The images that carry emotional weight for you, the ones that recur in your dreams, the ones that appear in the stories that move you, the ones that arrive uninvited in quiet moments, these images are not random. They are the collective layer making contact. They are the deep pattern-generating experience at the surface. When you find yourself moved by a piece of music you cannot explain, when you stand before a landscape and feel inexplicably sad, when a stranger's face reminds you of something you have no memory of, when a dream leaves you carrying a feeling that will not dissolve by morning, that is the collective layer. That is the deep speaking. It does not need you to understand it. It only needs you to notice. Chapter 8. Anxiety from Invisible Inheritance. There is a kind of anxiety that has no address. You cannot trace it back to the argument, the email, the meeting, the relationship. You look for the source and find nothing specific enough to have caused what you are feeling. The anxiety is simply there, like weather that arrived without announcement and will not explain itself. Most approaches to anxiety locate its cause in personal history. The family that was emotionally unpredictable. The early experience of being unsafe. The accumulated lessons of a life lived cautiously, moving around things that had to be avoided. This is real, and it is important. Personal history generates anxiety. That is beyond question. But Jung proposed that some of what we call anxiety has no personal origin at all. It does not come from what happened to you. It comes from a level of the psyche where what happened to the entire human species is registered. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist writing more than 60 years after Jung, showed that traumatic experience is stored in the body, not merely in memory, in physiology, in posture, in the patterns of the nervous system. He found that the body keeps a kind of biological record of what the self has survived. Jung was pointing to something adjacent but larger, a record kept not by your body but by the species. Patterns of danger and response so old and so repeated that they have been woven into the architecture of the psyche itself. The fear of the dark, the fear of the large unknown animal, the fear of falling, the fear of abandonment. These fears are so old they predate individual trauma. You do not need to have been abandoned to carry the archetypal fear of abandonment. You do not need to have faced a predator in a dark place to carry the terror that certain kinds of darkness activate. The templates for these fears were established across hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, and they were passed down not through stories, but through the structure of the psyche itself. You were born afraid of certain things before you had any personal reason to be afraid of them. That is an extraordinary claim, and the evidence for it, from cross-cultural psychology, from comparative mythology, from the clinical record of depth psychology, is substantial enough that it cannot be easily dismissed. What it means is this: some of your anxiety is not yours to solve. It is not a wound in your personal history that needs to be traced and healed. It is an inheritance, a very old one, and inheritances can sometimes be worn lightly once you recognize them for what they are. The fear you cannot name, the one that arrives without warning at the edge of sleep, may be the echo of something very old moving through you, not a threat, not a signal that something is wrong with you specifically, just the ancient machinery doing what it has always done, running its old programs in the dark. Feel the weight of your body, let your arms rest. The Jungian analyst James Hillman, writing in the 1970s and 1980s, expanded this idea in a particular direction. He argued that much of what psychology calls pathology, the unexplained fears, the compulsive patterns, the images that intrude from nowhere, is actually the psyche attempting to express something archetypal. The psyche is not malfunctioning. It is calling attention to itself. It is, in its strange and sometimes alarming way, asking to be heard. Hillman's suggestion was not that we should ignore symptoms, but that we should not immediately try to eliminate them. That we should first listen, ask what the anxiety is saying, what the intrusive image is pointing toward. The collective unconscious does not speak in propositions. It speaks in images, in feelings, in dreams, in anxieties that have no address but carry an unmistakable presence. Tonight, if something unnamed is moving at the edge of your awareness, you do not need to solve it. You only need to acknowledge it. It has been trying to get your attention for a very long time. Chapter 9, The Mother Before Your Mother. Your mother was a person. A specific woman with a specific history, a specific body, a specific way of moving through a kitchen, a specific voice at specific times of day. She was limited the way all people are limited. Tired on some days, present on others, more loving than she knew how to show, or less loving than you needed. A person, not a symbol. And yet, the moment you were born, you came equipped with something that had nothing to do with her specifically. You came with an expectation of the mother. A template so ancient and so deeply installed in the structure of the psyche that the actual person who walked through the door of your infant experience was received through the lens of something already waiting. Jung called this the mother archetype, and he was careful to distinguish it from your actual mother, which he called the personal mother. The great mother archetype, in the language of Erich Neumann, the Israeli-German Jungian analyst who spent his career mapping this particular archetype in exhaustive detail, is one of the oldest and most powerful structures in the collective unconscious. Neumann's 1955 book, The Great Mother, traces her appearances across 5,000 years of human imagery. The nursing goddess, the terrifying devourer, the Earth Mother of 1,000 different mythologies. Isis and Kali and Demeter and the Virgin Mary and the spider grandmother of Hopi tradition and the dark forest witch of Germanic folklore. The same archetype, different faces, all of them doing the same thing, activating the ancient expectation of nourishment, protection, destruction, and return. The Great Mother does not give life only, she also takes it. She is the earth that grows crops, and the earth that receives the dead. She is the sea that nourishes, and the sea that drowns. She is the womb and the grave, and in many mythological systems, these are the same symbol, the dark enclosed space from which life emerges and to which it returns. Your actual mother walked into this enormous pre-existing structure. She could not have helped it. No actual human being can survive the comparison with an archetype. Archetypes are unlimited. Humans are limited. Your mother could never have been the Great Mother, but the Great Mother archetype shaped what you expected of your mother, what her failures felt like, what her presence or absence cost. This is not an excuse for anything. It is an explanation of scale. Why the mother wound, as it is sometimes called in less precise language, cuts so deep. Why maternal absence, or coldness, or inconsistency produces suffering that seems disproportionate to the specific events. It is not just personal. The archetype is activated, and then the person who was supposed to fill it falls short, as every person must. Let your body rest. Your breath does not need to be adjusted. The work that Jung described as necessary, what he called individuation, involves at some point separating the personal mother from the mother archetype. Seeing your actual mother as a person rather than as either the fulfillment or the betrayal of the archetype, this is harder than it sounds. The archetype is powerful. It wants to be projected. It wants an object. But the moment you can see the two things separately, the specific woman and the ancient template she walked into, something releases. Not the wound itself, but the weight of expecting a human being to have been something that no human being ever could be. There is a quieter version of this insight available tonight, without any therapeutic framework at all. You have been carrying expectations that were installed before you could possibly have chosen them, about what love should feel like, about what being cared for should look like, about what it means to be safe. Some of those expectations came from your experience. Some of them came from something much older. And the mismatch between the ancient template and the actual human beings who tried to fill it, that mismatch is not a failure. It is the structure of being human. Chapter 10, The Shadow Shared by Humanity. In your own life, the shadow is relatively manageable. It is the part of you that you have refused, the anger you think you do not feel, the envy you would never admit to, the selfishness that surfaces unexpectedly and then retreats behind the story you tell about yourself. The shadow is real, it causes harm when unexamined, but it is bounded by the scale of one life. Now extend this outward. Families have shadows. the member no one mentions at gatherings, the history that is not spoken, the pattern that runs through generations and is never addressed because addressing it would require everyone to look at something they have agreed, silently, not to see. Communities have shadows. The violence in the founding history, the group that was excluded, erased, scapegoated so the community could maintain its image of itself. The stories that are not told in the official account. And civilizations have shadows, enormous ones. Jung wrote about this in the 1930s and 1940s, with a directness that was uncomfortable to his contemporaries. In 1936, he published an essay on Wotan, the Germanic god of storm and frenzy and ecstatic war, and argued that what was happening in Germany was not simply political, it was psychological. Something archetypal had been activated. The old god of rage and possession had risen through the collective psyche of an entire nation, wearing modern political clothing. This was not a comfortable argument. It still is not. It implies that no culture is immune, that any society, under the right conditions of stress and disorientation, can be seized by an archetype, can collectively project its shadow onto a chosen enemy and act with a destructive energy that no individual in the group would have generated alone. Hannah Arendt, writing her analysis of the trial of Adolf Eichmann in 1963, reached a conclusion that unsettles in a different way. The men who administered historical atrocity were often, individually, ordinary, not monsters, not possessed by personal hatred, bureaucrats, administrators, people doing their jobs inside a system that had made the unthinkable normal. Jung and Arendt are pointing at the same phenomenon from different angles. When the collective shadow is projected outward, when an entire society agrees implicitly that a particular group carries all the qualities they have refused in themselves, ordinary people do terrible things. Not because they are uniquely evil, because the collective pattern is more powerful than individual conscience. This is among the most disturbing implications of Jung's work. And the antidote, in his view, is not collective, it is individual. The person who does the work of examining their own shadow, who takes back the projections, who acknowledges what they have refused, becomes, in a small but real way, a bulwark against collective possession. Not a hero, not a savior, simply a person who is awake, who has seen what is in them and refused to place it entirely onto others. Let your shoulders relax. Feel the steadiness of the surface beneath you. This is not a call to action, not tonight. Tonight, this is simply information about the structure of the world. The collective shadow is real. History is full of its work. And the way it is met is not with politics alone or with collective will alone, but with individual human beings, one at a time, doing the difficult, unglamorous, internal work of looking clearly at themselves. You do not need to solve any of this tonight. You only need to know it is real, that there is a shadow larger than your own, and that what you do inside yourself matters beyond the boundaries of your own life. That is a weight to carry. It is also a kind of meaning. The shadow that belongs to the collective cannot be addressed through individual guilt alone. Guilt without insight only drives the denied qualities deeper. What the collective shadow requires is what the personal shadow requires, not condemnation, but honest recognition, the courage to say, "This too is us." This darkness was ours before we placed it elsewhere. The first step toward withdrawal of projection is the acknowledgement that what we see in the enemy lives, in some form, in the house of the self. Thomas Mann, the German novelist who corresponded with Jung in the 1940s from his exile in California, spent years trying to write about this in fiction. His novel Dr. Faustus, completed in 1947, traces the soul-selling of a German composer as an allegory for what Germany had sold of itself in the preceding decades. Mann understood intuitively what Jung named explicitly. The catastrophe had a psychological prehistory. The shadow had been growing for a long time in the dark. Chapter 11, Myths That Think Through Us. In 1949, a scholar named Joseph Campbell published a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Campbell had spent years doing what Bastian had done decades earlier, reading myths from cultures across the world, looking for the underlying structure, and he found it. He called it the monomyth. The one story that appears in 1,000 different costumes in every human culture on Earth. The structure goes like this. A hero lives in an ordinary world. A call comes, an invitation, an event, a disruption that requires leaving the ordinary world behind. The hero crosses a threshold into an unknown realm. There are trials, there are helpers and enemies. The hero reaches the innermost cave where the thing most feared must be faced. Something dies, the old self, an illusion, a false identity. The hero returns, transformed, carrying something of value for the community. Campbell was not describing a story structure. He was describing an archetypal pattern of psychic development. The call to adventure is the call of the self to the ego, the invitation to grow beyond what you currently are. The trials are the encounters with shadow, anima, or animus, the complex patterns that must be negotiated. The innermost cave is the unconscious itself. The return is individuation, the transformed self re-entering ordinary life with new understanding. This pattern is not made by storytellers. It is made by the collective unconscious, and storytellers discover it. Myths in this reading do not describe the external world. They map the internal one. The hero's descent into the underworld is not cosmology, it is psychology. Orpheus descending for Eurydice is the conscious self descending into the unconscious in search of what has been lost. Theseus in the labyrinth is the ego navigating the complexity of the collective layer, guided by the thread of Ariadne, the feminine thread of intuition and connection. The great myths of every civilization are doing the same work, describing in disguised form the territory of the inner life. And you have always responded to them, not because you were taught to, because you were already equipped for them. The patterns they describe were already installed in you before you heard the first story. Think of the stories that have stayed with you, the ones that moved you out of proportion to their apparent content, the ones you have returned to across years. They are not arbitrary. They are activating something. The archetypal pattern recognizes itself in the story. The deep layer of the psyche lights up. Feel the weight of your body. Let your eyes remain closed. This is why the same stories persist. Not because of tradition, exactly, because they are true in the deepest possible sense. Not factually true, but psychologically true. True to the structure of what it is to be human. True to the shape of the journey that every conscious self takes through a life. The story of descent and return. The story of the shadow that must be faced. The story of the love that transforms. The story of the child who is lost and found. These are not entertainment. They are the psyche mapping itself, the collective unconscious reporting to the surface on what it is like down here. What it is like is both terrifying and familiar. And the familiar part, the recognition that runs through you when a story touches the deep layer, that is the comfort. The world has been this way before. The pattern has been navigated before. Millions of human beings have made this descent and returned. You are in a story much older than your own biography. Joseph Campbell spent the last years of his life in conversation with the journalist Bill Moyers, recorded in 1985 and 1986. He was in his 80s. He had been through his own long journey, years of studying alone in a cabin in upstate New York during the Depression, reading 10 hours a day, building his comparative framework without a university position or an income. His advice, the phrase that has outlasted almost everything else he said, was, "Follow your bliss." It has been misread as a self-help slogan. He meant something much more Jungian. He meant, find the thing that activates the deepest archetypal layer in you, the pattern that feels most like recognition, and follow it. Not because it will make you comfortable, because it will make you real. The myths do not think through us to make us comfortable. They think through us to make us complete. Chapter 12, Dreams Not Entirely Personal. Jung drew a distinction that is worth holding carefully. There are two kinds of dreams, he proposed. Small dreams and big dreams. Small dreams are personal. They are the psyche processing the material of daily life, the anxiety about the meeting, the unresolved conversation, the familiar face doing something unexpected. These dreams are meaningful, but they are meaningful in the way a day's residue is meaningful. They belong to your particular history. Big dreams are different. A big dream arrives with a quality that is unmistakable if you have experienced it. It does not feel like processing. It feels like encounter. The setting is not your office or your childhood home or any recognizable place. The images have a clarity and a weight that ordinary dreams do not carry. The emotions in the dream are not the ordinary anxieties and pleasures of daily life. They are something deeper, something more ancient. These dreams stay for years, decades. Some people carry one or two dreams for an entire lifetime without being able to fully account for them. Jung believed that big dreams arise from the collective layer. They are the collective unconscious speaking, not processing the day's material, but communicating something about the larger patterns of a life, or sometimes about patterns that extend beyond a single life. A woman named Elena, a composite of many patients in the Jungian literature, was a schoolteacher in her late 40s when she came to analysis. She had been carrying a recurring dream for 20 years. In the dream, she stood at the edge of a vast body of water. Not a sea she recognized, not a specific place. The water covered everything. It was rising, and she was not afraid. She simply stood and watched the water come. The dream was not about personal trauma. Elena had not experienced flooding. She had not lost anyone to water. The dream had no personal address. When she explored it in analysis, what emerged was an image of something she recognized from nowhere in her personal history: the dissolution of boundaries, the world becoming one thing. The end of the distinction between self and other. Not a catastrophe, a transformation. The flood is one of the oldest symbolic images in human culture. The Great Flood appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the Book of Genesis, in the mythologies of indigenous peoples across multiple continents. It is the archetypal image of total transformation, the washing away of what was to make space for what must come. Elena was not dreaming about water. She was dreaming, through the language of water, about her own readiness for change. The collective image had been activated in her personal psyche because the personal moment called for exactly what the archetype describes. Let your breathing slow. There is nothing to understand completely tonight. What this suggests is that the dreaming mind does not always speak in purely personal terms. Sometimes it speaks in the language of the whole species. Sometimes what moves through a dream at 3 a.m. is something larger than the dreamer's own story. You do not need to interpret your own dreams tonight. You do not need to analyze anything. But if a dream has stayed with you, if an image from sleep is still present with you years later, it may be worth sitting with it differently, not as a riddle to solve, as a message from a depth you do not fully control, a depth that is yours and also everyone's. The Jungian analyst Marie-Louise von Franz, who worked alongside Jung for decades and continued his work after his death in 1961, spent her career specifically on the language of dreams and fairy tales. She demonstrated, in work that is painstaking and careful, that the imagery of European fairy tales carries the same archetypal structures as the most ancient mythologies, the same themes, the same figures, the same narrative movements, not because one borrowed from the other, because they are all drawing from the same source. What this means for the dream that has been following you, the one you have not been able to entirely release, is this. The image may be older than your personal experience of it. It may have arrived in your sleeping mind from a depth that has been producing that image in different costumes and different sleepers for a very long time. You are not its only dreamer. you may not even be its first. Chapter 13, when reality starts repeating patterns. You have noticed it before. The feeling that a situation is familiar in a way that cannot be explained by direct experience. Not déjà vu exactly, though that is a version of it. Something more specific. The sense that a pattern you are in has been entered before, that you know, without knowing how it will develop, what it will ask of you, where it ends. Jung called this the repetition of archetypal patterns. Not the mystical sense that you have lived before, though he did not dismiss reincarnation as a concept. Something more structural. The same archetypal shape expressing itself across different situations in the same life. A man who grew up in a household where love came with conditions develops a relationship with conditional love as the expected form. This is ordinary psychology, the personal layer at work. But something else is also true. The pattern he learned in childhood maps onto an archetypal template that was already there. The archetype of the test, the condition that must be met before the reward is given. The archetype of the gate with its guardian. He does not only repeat his personal history, he enacts an archetypal story. And because he is enacting something archetypal, it has an unusual power. It is charged with energy from the collective layer. It feels from the inside like fate, like something that must be this way. Like a groove worn so deep it cannot be climbed out of. The Jungian approach to this is not to simply repeat the pattern with better self-awareness. It is to step outside the archetypal story, to recognize that what feels like fate is actually a template. To ask, what is the archetype asking? What would individuation require here? What does the pattern need in order to complete itself differently? This is more subtle than it sounds. The archetype is not the enemy. It is carrying something real. The test that the archetype of conditional love enacts is, in its deepest register, a question about worthiness. And the question about worthiness is real. It is worth asking. The work is to find a way to ask it that does not require another human being to be the gatekeeper. Let your hands rest. Let the warmth of the blanket or the pillow settle into you. Adolf Bastian had noticed that elementary ideas arrange themselves differently in different cultures, but that the underlying structure remains. Claude Lévi-Strauss, the French structural anthropologist writing in the mid-20th century, went further. He proposed that myth operates like a language, not by what it explicitly says, but by the binary oppositions it structures. Raw and cooked, nature and culture, life and death. Every myth is a meditation on one of these fundamental oppositions. What Lévi-Strauss described structurally, Jung described psychologically. The oppositions that myths meditate on are the same oppositions the psyche mediates: conscious and unconscious, light and dark, order and chaos, known and unknown. The pattern repeats because the psyche requires these oppositions. They are the grammar of inner life. When reality seems to keep repeating, when the same pattern emerges in different jobs, different relationships, different decades, it may be because an archetypal opposition is unresolved. Not in your personal history alone, in the deep structure of your psyche. The pattern will repeat in different costumes until the underlying opposition is met, until the thing you have been refusing is seen. That is both a diagnosis and an invitation. And the invitation, unlike most invitations, has infinite patience. It will wait. There is a particular loneliness in recognizing a pattern for the third or fourth time. The loneliness of knowing that you have been here before, that you assembled something with care and it has come apart in the same way it came apart before, that the specific details are different, but the shape is identical. Jung would not have called this a failure of will. He would have said, the archetype is speaking. The pattern repeating is not punishment, it is instruction. The same lesson presenting itself again because the first presentations did not go deep enough. Not because you are stupid, because going deep enough is genuinely hard. Because the archetypal layer requires a different kind of attention than the conscious mind knows how to give on the first pass. The pattern does not repeat forever. It repeats until it is met. And meeting it means meeting it at the level it comes from, not at the surface level of the specific situation. Not changing the job. Finding what the job was standing in for. Chapter 14. The hero hidden in ordinary men. Joseph Campbell spent the years after his book's publication doing something unexpected for an academic. He talked to soldiers. After the Second World War, many of the veterans who returned to American life found themselves unable to explain what they had been through. Not because the facts were unspeakable, though some were, but because the experience had been of a different order than ordinary civilian life. They had been in extremity. They had faced death and made choices in the presence of it. They had seen what humans could do to each other at the limit. And then they came home. And the world expected them to readjust, to become normal again, to leave the extreme experience behind. Campbell talked to them and heard something he had been reading about in mythology for years. These men had crossed a threshold. They had undergone an ordeal. They were carrying knowledge from an underworld that the ordinary world had no framework for. They had, in the mythological sense, been heroes. Not in the popular sense of the word, not necessarily brave or self-sacrificing or admirable by external measure, but in the archetypal sense. They had passed through the liminal zone, the threshold between ordinary life and the extreme, and they had come back changed. The world they came back to had not changed. Campbell understood this as an archetypal problem. The hero's return is not simply a practical re-entry. It is a narrative problem. The hero carries something, call it knowledge call it experience, call it transformation, that must somehow be transmitted to the community that did not undergo the journey. The community must be willing to receive it. The hero must find a way to translate what the underworld taught. When this does not happen, when the community cannot receive the returning hero's knowledge, something stays unresolved. The arc does not complete, the gift cannot be given. This pattern extends far beyond soldiers. Every life contains thresholds, illness, loss, failure so complete that what you were before cannot be reassembled. A period in a life when everything you built falls apart and you have no choice but to begin again. These are not failures. In the mythological sense, they are calls, invitations into the liminal zone, the beginning of a hero's path that was not chosen. The question Campbell kept returning to was this: do you know you are inside the pattern while you are in it? Because most people do not. Most people in the middle of the ordeal experience it only as the ordeal. The archetypal shape is not visible from the inside. The darkness of the cave does not announce itself as the darkness that the hero must cross through. It presents itself as simply darkness. Let your jaw soften, breathe. And yet knowing, even in the abstract, that difficulty has an archetypal shape, that the cave has the other side built into it, that the return is structurally built into the descent, that knowledge does something, not to the difficulty itself. The difficulty remains difficult, but to the relationship you can have with it. The hero is hidden in you, not the cinematic version, the structural version, the capacity to cross the threshold, to stay in the dark until the dark reveals something, to carry the knowledge back. You have done this before, in whatever form your particular life has required. The crossing was real, even if no one named it. Viktor Frankl, writing from his own ordeal in Auschwitz, described something similar. The men and women who survived most intact were not those who had exceptional resources. They were those who had found a way to maintain a relationship to meaning inside conditions that were designed to eliminate it. The survival was not heroic in the cinematic sense. It was the quiet heroism of holding on to something, an inner image, a purpose, a thread, when everything outside was trying to take it away. This is the hero's descent at its most literal, not the mythological underworld, the actual underworld of extreme human suffering. And the return, for those who survived and wrote and taught and bore witness, was the return that the archetype has always described. Transformation carrying something of value for those who stayed above. Frankl taught until his late 80s. He kept bringing back the knowledge the underworld gave him. That is the hero's work, finished. Chapter 15, The Inner Critic as Archetypal Voice. The voice that speaks to you harshly in private, the one that monitors everything and finds it insufficient, is familiar. You know its cadence, its particular grammar of contempt. The way it phrases things that are recognizably you-specific, your particular failures, your particular inadequacies, your particular brand of falling short. And because it is specific to your life, it feels entirely personal. It sounds like memory. It has evidence. It can cite incidents. It knows your history. Ethan Kross, the American psychologist who studies self-talk, found in his research at the University of Michigan that the inner voice tends to be harsher than anything we would say to another person. We coach ourselves with a brutality we would never deploy on a friend. And he found that one of the more effective interventions is a simple one. Address yourself by name. Step outside the first-person loop. Create just enough distance to hear the voice as a voice, rather than as reality. This is useful. It is genuinely useful, but Jung would add something to it that Kross does not address. The inner critic is not only personal, it carries beneath its personal clothing an archetypal charge. It speaks not only in the voice of your particular parents or your particular failures, it speaks in the voice of collective judgment, in the voice of what human societies have done for millennia to enforce conformity, in the voice of the shaming mechanisms that kept social order in communities where belonging was survival. That is why the inner critic has a power that seems disproportionate to what it is actually saying. You know consciously that the specific judgment is either wrong or at least partial. You can produce evidence against it. You can argue with it successfully from a purely factual position, and still it does not stop. Because it is not only making a factual claim, it is activating an archetypal fear. The fear of exclusion, the fear of being seen as insufficient and cast out. The fear that has been used by human societies since the beginning to regulate individual behavior. The inner critic is the collective shadow turned inward. If you don't listen to it soon enough from the outside, if social standards and expectations become the primary voice in the formation of identity, they migrate inside. The critic internalizes the collective mechanism, and the voice is now so intimate, so close, so specific, that it does not feel like a collective instrument. It feels like the truth about you specifically. It is not the truth about you specifically. It is the truth about what happens to human beings who live in communities that use shame as a regulatory mechanism, which is every community, which is all of us. This is not an excuse to stop growing. It is a reframe. The harsh voice is not the voice of reality. It is the voice of an archetype that served a very different purpose in a very different context. It has been borrowed by your personal psyche and made specific. But its power is not personal. If your mind has been drifting, come back gently. We are still here. The room is quiet. The darkness is steady. The invitation, not tonight, but eventually, is to hear the inner critic not as the final verdict, but as an archaically powered voice doing its ancient job. And to notice that the community it was protecting you for does not exist in the same way anymore. The shame that would have meant exile from the village does not mean the same thing in a contemporary life. You can hear the voice. You do not have to obey it. Aniela Jaffe, who worked as Jung's secretary and later helped him complete his autobiography, wrote in her own work about the relationship between the personal and the collective as it appeared in biographical terms. She noticed that the people who had done the most genuine psychological work, who had genuinely grappled with their own shadow and persona and collective inheritance, were not people who had silenced the critical voice. They were people who had changed their relationship to it, who had made it one voice among several rather than the only one that counted. The inner critic does not disappear, but it loses its throne. It becomes something you can listen to without being entirely governed by it. You can hear the ancient shaming mechanism and know what it is, and choose which parts of what it says are worth taking seriously, and set the rest down without apology. Chapter 16. Why certain fears feel universal. Test this against your own experience. The dark at the bottom of deep water, the edge of a great height, with nothing between you and the air below. The moment in a dream when the pursuer is close and your legs will not move. The sudden appearance of something large and fast from a direction you were not watching. You do not need a personal reason to fear these things. Most people who fear them have no specific incident to cite. They have not fallen from a great height. They have not been chased. They have not nearly drowned. The fear arrives fresh in each encounter, without requiring any personal history to justify it. These are what researchers call prepared fears. Fears that the human nervous system is biologically disposed to form quickly and lose slowly, because across the long stretch of human evolutionary history, these particular stimuli corresponded to genuine, recurring threats. The dark water might contain a crocodile. The great height was lethal to fall from. The moving thing in peripheral vision might be a predator. The paralysis of the nightmare, the legs that will not move, may be a physiological feature of dreaming that the dreaming mind has learned to narrativize as pursuit. This is the evolutionary account. It is accurate as far as it goes. Jung would accept it and then add something. The evolutionary account explains the biological machinery. The Jungian account asks what happens to that machinery when it is processed by a psyche that thinks in symbols. The prepared fear becomes, in the human mind, an archetypal image. The dark water is not only the specific ecological danger, it becomes the symbol of the unconscious itself, the unknown depths beneath the surface of awareness. The height becomes the symbol of the inflation of the ego, the terrible exposure of having climbed too far from the ground of ordinary life. The pursuer becomes the shadow, the thing within that has not been acknowledged. The fear remains. The evolutionary machinery is still running, but it has been clothed in symbolic meaning by a psyche that cannot help making symbols out of everything it encounters. And the symbolic layer carries the fear forward across centuries. The dark water, in a myth written 3,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, activates the same machinery in a contemporary reader in Sydney or Chicago or Seoul. Not because the evolutionary threat is the same, because the symbolic register is shared. This is why horror works across cultures. why certain imagery in stories and in dreams carries a charge that is not diminished by time or distance. The collective unconscious holds the symbols that correspond to the prepared fears. The fears are ancient, the symbols are ancient, the recognition is instant. Let the weight of your body press gently into the mattress. Nothing outside this room requires your attention. There is in all of this a strange kind of companionship. The fear you feel in the dark, the irrational, sourceless, unfair fear that has no specific address in your personal history, is not a malfunction. It is not a sign that something is wrong with you specifically. It is the ancient machinery doing its ancient work. The whole species is in there with you, generation upon generation, all of them having felt the same thing in the dark, all of them having carried the same prepared terror into sleep. You are not alone in the fear, you never have been. There is a particular category of fear that the researcher Paul Rosin at the University of Pennsylvania called disgust, the aversive response to things that violate bodily integrity or remind us of our animal nature. Disgust is in many ways the fear of the shadow made physical, the reminder that we are mortal, that we are matter, that the boundary between self and the threatening other is more permeable than we prefer. Rosin found that disgust responses are remarkably consistent across cultures, even as their specific triggers vary. Jung would have seen in disgust another prepared archetypal response, the archetype of contamination, of boundary violation, of the thing that must be kept outside for the inside to remain intact. This too is old. This too has been running its program in human beings for far longer than any individual life, and knowing it is running does not make the feeling disappear, but it does make it less mysterious. Chapter 17: Mental Health Beyond Personal History. For most of the 20th century, the dominant model of mental health treatment assumed that psychological suffering originates in personal history. Find the wound in the past, trace the symptom back to its source, process the unprocessed, rewire the patterns laid down in childhood. This model has helped an enormous number of people. The evidence for it across decades of clinical work and research is substantial, but it has a limit that Jungian thought is particularly equipped to address. Some suffering does not have an adequate personal source. Some suffering is, in its origin and its quality, transpersonal. It belongs to a layer of the psyche that personal therapeutic history cannot fully reach. James Hillman called the psychological establishment's exclusive focus on personal history and early childhood the monotheism of psychology. One God, one source, one explanation. If the symptom does not yield to the personal narrative, something must be wrong with the patient. Something important must be remembered that is not yet remembered. But what if the symptom is not a symptom in that sense? What if it is, in Hillman's term, a soul-making? What if the suffering that cannot be traced to a personal event is the psyche's attempt to expand its own container? To move beyond the personal ego's categories, to encounter something larger. This is a different kind of listening. It does not try to eliminate the symptom. It tries to hear what the symptom is saying. To follow the imagery of the suffering into the archetypal layer it is touching. A man who experiences a persistent sense of meaninglessness a grey flatness that is not clinical depression in any physiologically distinct sense, that does not respond to the therapeutic processing of personal grief, may be experiencing what Jung called spiritual aridity, a dryness in the relationship between the conscious personality and the deeper layers of the psyche. The personal self has run out of contact with the collective source of meaning. The treatment in Hillman's revisioning of Jung is not more personal excavation, it is encounter with the transpersonal art, myth, ritual, the imagination, not as a secondary faculty, but as the primary mode by which the psyche makes contact with the archetypal layer. Feel the stillness of the room. Your breath continues without effort. Jolanda Jacobi, one of Jung's closest collaborators and the author in 1942 of The Psychology of Psyche. Jung put it this way: the goal of Jungian analysis is not the elimination of suffering, but the transformation of the relationship to suffering. To move from being overwhelmed by the inner life to being in dialogue with it. To make the unconscious not an enemy to be conquered, but a partner to be known. This reframe does not help with every form of suffering. It would be irresponsible to suggest it does, but for a particular kind of aridity, the grey suffering of a life that has lost contact with what is deep in it, it opens a door that the purely personal model leaves closed. The deep layers of the psyche are a source. They are not a pleasant source always. They are sometimes a disturbing one, but they are alive. And contact with them, even uncomfortable contact, is better than the particular loneliness of a life lived only at the surface. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke, in his Letters to a Young Poet, written in 1903, described his own approach to psychological suffering in terms that would not have surprised Jung. He wrote that a person should not try to resolve their sadnesses too quickly. That sadness is visiting for a reason. That the tendency to treat inner difficulty as a problem to be solved, rather than as a message to be heard, is the source of much unnecessary suffering on top of the original suffering. Rilke was not recommending passivity. He was recommending a different quality of attention, active listening rather than active solving. The willingness to sit with what is difficult long enough to hear what it is actually saying, rather than silencing it as quickly as possible. In the Jungian framework, this is the attitude that the inner work requires, not the elimination of the dark content, but the education of the relationship to it. Chapter 18, The Wise Old Figure Returns. He appears in your dreams, sometimes in a form you did not invent. An old man, a figure of some kind of authority that is not threatening, or not only threatening. He may be a teacher, a guide, a stranger who tells you something you needed to know. He may be someone you recognize from life, though what he says in the dream is nothing the actual person would say. He carries knowledge that is not yours. He arrives from a direction you were not watching. In Jungian psychology, this figure is the wise old man archetype, the senex in Latin, the figure of accumulated wisdom, of the authority that has been earned through time, of the long view. He appears in mythology everywhere. Merlin, who appears to Arthur at the moment of his greatest confusion and offers not solutions, but questions. The Old Testament prophets, who speak from a position outside ordinary time. The Zen master, who answers the student's desperate question with silence, or with a slap, or with an entirely different question. The Confucian scholar in the pavilion at the end of the long road. The old fisherman, the ancient hermit, the sage in the cave. Different faces, one archetype. Seneca, the Roman Stoic philosopher who wrote his letters to Lucilius in the 1st century AD, embodies this figure in a way that has nothing mystical about it. He was an old man when he wrote the letters, sentenced to death by Nero, waiting, spending his remaining time in correspondence with a young friend named Lucilius, writing about time and death and meaning and the proper way to inhabit a life. He did not claim special knowledge. He did not pretend to have solved the problem of death. He wrote about it directly, the way you write about something when you are close to it and no longer afraid of the proximity. He wrote that it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a great deal of it. This was an old man saying the hardest thing, not with anger, with the particular clarity that comes from having run out of time for anything else. That is the voice of the wise old man archetype. Not comfort exactly, not consolation, clarity, the long view, the thing that can only be said from a certain distance. Feel your hands resting, let your shoulders drop. Jung himself became this figure for many people in his later years. The correspondence he maintained into his 80s with theologians, physicists, patients, strangers who had read his work, has the quality of a man who has gone very far down into the deep layers and come back and is now doing his best to report on what is there. He wrote in his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, which was completed with the help of his colleague Aniela Jaffe in the early 1960s, that the final years of a life are an opportunity that younger life cannot have. The perspective that comes from having been far enough along to see the whole of it, or most of it. The wise old man in your own psyche is the part of you that has been watching longer than the anxious part, the part that has seen cycles before, the part that does not panic because it has been through enough to know that this particular darkness too will complete itself. That voice is in you. It is quieter than the critic, but it is there. There is a man named David in his late 60s who retired after a long career as an engineer and found himself unexpectedly, frighteningly, without structure for the first time since he was 17. He had always known who he was by what he built and how he solved problems. Now there was nothing to build. The persona had retired, but the self beneath it had not yet been introduced. He began reading, widely, for the first time in decades. He read Jung, among others. He found, somewhere in the Memories, Dreams, Reflections, a passage about the second half of life as the proper time for this kind of inward turn, not with apology, as the natural sequence of a life that has done its outer work and is now being asked to do its inner one. David reported, some years later, that finding the wise old man archetype in himself had not made him wise. It had simply given him permission to stop pretending that only the outer world counted. Chapter 19. The Child Buried in the Psyche. This is not about your childhood. It is about something that was never a child in the biographical sense, something that has no personal history at all. It is the archetype of the child itself, one of the most paradoxical structures in the collective unconscious. The divine child appears in mythology with a remarkably consistent profile. Born in improbable circumstances, often abandoned, often at risk, often the product of a union between the human and the divine. Found by strangers, surviving against odds, carrying within it a potential that is not yet visible to anyone, perhaps including itself. Moses in the basket on the Nile, the infant Krishna hidden from Kamsa's soldiers, the infant Jesus in the manger, displaced and temporary in an occupied province of Rome. The miraculous child of countless fairy tales, abandoned in forests and adopted by animals and raised to reclaim a stolen kingdom, Romulus and Remus suckled by a wolf. These are not the same story. They are the same archetype in different cultural clothing. What does the child archetype carry that makes it so consistently important? Jung's answer was this: it carries the future, not the past. The child archetype in the psyche is not about nostalgia for childhood or about unhealed wounds from your early years, though those things are real and important. It is about potentiality, about what has not yet been born in you. The divine child is the self in its earliest form, the seed of wholeness. The thing that is growing toward completion, even when the ego does not know it is happening, even when the outer life looks defeated, even when what has been abandoned, left on the riverbank, left in the cold, looks like it cannot possibly survive. The myth insists it survives, not because the world is kind. The myth does not say the world is kind. The wolf is cold, and the manger is draughty, and Kamsa's soldiers are real. The myth says the child carries something that the circumstances cannot extinguish, a potential that is not diminished by the difficulty of the situation it was born into. Let your body rest completely. You do not need to hold anything. The practical meaning of this, if an archetype can have a practical meaning, is this: whatever in you feels most fragile, most at risk, most easily overwhelmed, that part is carrying something. The childlike things in you that the world has not yet permitted you to develop. The curiosity, the capacity for wonder, the willingness to begin again without fully understanding what you are beginning. These are not signs of immaturity. They are signs of the divine child archetype still alive in you, still carrying its potential through whatever circumstances it was born into. Richard Wilhelm was a German sinologist who spent years in China in the early 20th century studying the I Ching, the ancient Chinese book of changes. He brought his translation back to Europe. Jung read it. They corresponded. They collaborated on a study of Eastern and Western approaches to the unconscious. What Jung found in the I Ching, the system of hexagrams, the philosophy of change and transformation, was a different cultural expression of the same archetypal truth. Change is not catastrophe. Endings are not deaths in the final sense. The pattern transforms. The seed becomes the plant, becomes the seed again. The child carries the future, even in winter. That is the deepest function of the child archetype. Not to make you feel young, to make you feel that the future is real, that something is still growing, that the winter of whatever phase you are in is real and not the end. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote specifically on the child archetype in a 1970 book that traces the figure across mythology and fairy tale. She was precise about the paradox it contains. The divine child is simultaneously the most vulnerable and the most indestructible thing in the psyche. Vulnerable because it represents what is newest, most unformed, most easily suppressed. Indestructible because it carries the future. And the future, in the archetypal sense, is not something that can be permanently killed by present circumstances. This is why the figure appears in stories of impossible survival. The child on the river, the child in the snow, the child in the cave, the child against the armies. Against all odds, it endures. Not because the world becomes kind. The world does not become kind, but because what the child carries cannot be destroyed by what the world does to its container. Chapter 20. Why religions resemble each other. This is the question that Freud found threatening and Jung found illuminating. If religious experience is universal, if human beings in every culture and every century have had experiences they describe as encounters with the sacred, with the divine, with something beyond ordinary human categories, what is the source of that universality? Freud's answer was pathological. Religion is a collective neurosis, the echo of the infant's helplessness projected outward onto an all-powerful father figure, the return of the repressed. At a civilizational scale, something to be outgrown. Jung's answer was entirely different. The universality of religious experience is evidence of the collective unconscious. The experiences that people across all cultures describe as religious, the sense of the numinous, the encounter with something vast and both terrifying and beautiful, the dissolution of ordinary boundaries, the feeling of being in the presence of a meaning that exceeds personal life. These experiences are real as psychological events. They are generated by the deep layers of the psyche. The collective unconscious contains, at its deepest level, the archetypes of ultimate meaning. The God image, the imago Dei in Jung's Latin. Not God as a metaphysical proposition, the image of God as a psychological reality. The archetype of the divine, of something that exceeds the personal self and commands a response of awe and orientation. This image, in endlessly different cultural forms, is what every religious tradition is organizing itself around. The specific theology is the cultural clothing. The underlying psychological reality is the archetype. Mircea Eliade documented this throughout his life's work. He showed that religious experience in every culture organizes itself around the same basic structures: the sacred space, the sacred time, the axis connecting the human and the divine, the moment of origins that must be ritually reenacted. These are not cultural borrowings. They are independent expressions of the same deep psychological structure. Let your breath move freely. There is no effort required. This should not be read as a reduction of religious experience to psychology. Jung was careful about this. He was not saying that the divine does not exist as a reality outside the psyche. He was saying that the psyche has the apparatus to generate an encounter with it, and that this apparatus is universal. What this means for the practical reality of different religious traditions is significant. If the Catholic mystic in 14th century Avila and the Sufi mystic in 13th century Persia and the Zen monk in 9th century Japan and the indigenous shaman in pre-colonial Amazonia are all encountering the same archetypal layer through different cultural frameworks, then the differences between religious traditions are real but secondary. The shared depth beneath them is primary. The resemblance between religions is not coincidence. It is not cultural borrowing in most cases. It is the collective unconscious expressing itself through whatever symbolic vocabulary each culture has available. The need for the sacred is not optional in the human psyche. It is structural. The question is only what container it finds. Jung was cautious about one thing in particular: the danger of reducing a living religious tradition to its psychological function. A tradition reduced to psychology is no longer a tradition. It has lost its capacity to do the very thing it does, to carry the archetypal contents in a form that the individual can receive. The tradition is not valuable because it is psychologically useful. It is valuable because it is true to its own depths, which happen to correspond to the depths of the psyche. The resemblance between religions is not an argument for any one of them. It is an argument for the reality of the layer they are all reaching toward. The specific containers are different. The thirst they were built to address is the same. That thirst does not disappear when the containers are removed. It waits. It looks for new forms, and in its waiting, it generates the anxiety that has no address, the symbolic hunger of a psyche without a home. Chapter 21: The Persona Against the Ancient Self. You know how to walk into a room. You have learned across years of social experience exactly how to configure yourself for an audience. The professional setting has one configuration. The family gathering has another. The old friend has another. The stranger you are trying to impress has another. You shift between them so smoothly that you rarely notice you are shifting. The transitions are seamless. The performances are real, in the sense that you are not consciously calculating them in the moment. They have become habitual, automatic. They feel from the inside like simply being yourself in that situation. Jung called this the persona. He borrowed the word from the Latin term for the masks worn by actors in classical theatre. The persona was the mask through which the actor's voice sounded per sonare, to sound through. The persona is not a lie. Every functioning person needs one or several. It is the interface between the inner life and the social world. The persona packages the self for transmission to others. It makes social life possible. The problem arises when the persona becomes the identity, when the mask is so well fitted and worn for so long that the face beneath it becomes a stranger. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst writing in the mid-20th century, described the same phenomenon from a different angle with his concept of the true self and the false self. The false self, the compliant, adapted, socially presentable self, develops in response to an environment that cannot tolerate the true self. The child who learns that certain feelings are unacceptable, that certain desires are dangerous, builds a false self to navigate the environment. The true self retreats, goes underground. In Jungian terms, the true self retreats into the shadow. The parts of the person that the persona cannot accommodate go into the bag, as the poet Robert Bly put it. The bag that is dragged behind you through life, growing heavier. Feel the weight of your body. Let your jaw soften. The collective layer of the psyche is involved in the persona in a specific way. The persona is not only your personal adaptation to your personal social environment, it is also your adoption of the collective expectations of your era, your gender, your class, your profession. The doctor's persona, the father's persona, the successful woman's persona, the good son's persona. These are collective templates as much as personal constructions. And the ancient self, the part that preceded all the social adaptation, the part that exists in the layer beneath the personal, is being measured against them and found excessive or insufficient or simply wrong for the part. The ancient self does not care about the professional presentation. It does not know about LinkedIn or performance reviews or what the neighbors think. It knows about depth and loss and love and death and the long human struggle to make something meaningful out of the bewildering fact of existence. The persona and the ancient self are not enemies, but they are intention. And the work of a life, again in Jung's sense, the work of individuation, involves at some point holding both. Being able to walk into the room with your professional competence intact and also knowing below the surface of that competence who you actually are. That knowing is not comfortable. It is real. The philosopher William James, writing in 1890, made an observation that has a Jungian resonance. He noted that a man has as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him. Every person is differently seen by different people, and in each of those relationships, something slightly different is expressed. James saw this as a feature, not a problem. The social self is genuinely plural. There is no single true self that all of the others are distortions of. Jung would have agreed, with one addition. Beneath the social selves, beneath the legitimate plurality of the persona in its different settings, there is a ground layer that is not a performance, not a construction, not an adaptation. It is the layer that carries the archetypes. The layer that dreams. The layer that has the inexplicable fears and the unreasonable loves and the sense that something larger is at stake in this life than the ordinary categories capture. That layer is real, and the distance between it and the social selves is worth knowing. Chapter 22, projection across entire cultures. The mechanism of projection is familiar in its personal form. The person who accuses others of dishonesty and is themselves dishonest. The one who sees aggression in every face because they carry unacknowledged aggression. The idealization of another person that shatters when the other person turns out to be human. These are projection in the personal register. You put outside what you cannot bear inside. You see in others what you have not yet seen in yourself. Jung extended this to the cultural level. And at the cultural level, projection becomes historical. An entire society can project its collective shadow onto a defined group. The qualities that the society has refused in itself, the greed, the violence, the cruelty, the irrationality, are located in the other, the enemy, the scapegoat, the designated carrier of what cannot be owned. This projection is not usually conscious. The people who participate in it often believe sincerely that the qualities they attribute to the other are objectively true. The projection feels like perception. This is the mechanics of collective shadow work. Claude Levi-Strauss, analyzing the structures of myth in the 1960s, found that cultures consistently organize themselves around binary oppositions, the familiar and the foreign, the cooked and the raw, the human and the animal, the civilized and the savage. These oppositions are not descriptive, they are normative. The civilized side is good, the savage side is threatening and must be controlled, converted, or eliminated. What Levi-Strauss saw structurally, Jung saw psychologically. The binary opposition in collective mythology is the projection of an internal opposition in the collective psyche. The qualities placed on the shadow side of the cultural binary are the qualities the culture has refused in itself. The shadow side of the opposition carries what the culture cannot integrate. This is the source of much historical violence. Not individual pathology, collective projection at scale. The antidote in Jung's framework is what it always is in his framework: consciousness. The withdrawal of projections. Not collectively, there is no historical example of a society successfully withdrawing its collective projections through a group decision, but individually, one person at a time, recognizing the projection in themselves, taking back the denied quality, seeing the other as a person rather than as a screen onto which the collective shadow has been cast. Nothing about this is simple. Nothing about it is fast. Let your breathing settle. The room is very still. Richard Wilhelm spent 25 years in China, learning to see a civilization from the inside rather than projecting European categories onto it. What he brought back, the translations, the understanding, was possible because he was willing to have his own assumptions disrupted by genuine encounter. That is what the withdrawal of projection looks like in practice, not a therapeutic exercise. An encounter with something that does not fit the frame you brought. The frame cracks. Something unexpected comes in. And in that gap, for a moment, you see the other not as the container of your refused qualities, but as a separate reality with its own depth. That moment of genuine perception is rare. It is worth cultivating. And the place it begins is in a quiet room, in the dark, looking honestly at what you have put outside yourself and asking whether it belongs. There is a particular quality to the moment when a projection is withdrawn. Jung described it as a kind of diminishment that is also an expansion. The other person suddenly looks smaller, less charged, less threatening, less the repository of all that was refused. But at the same moment, the world looks larger. There is room in it for more. The refused quality, taken back, does not make the self worse. It makes it more complete. This is available at the cultural level too, though the mechanism is slower and the resistance is enormous. The history of genuine cultural encounter, the moments when one civilization genuinely met another and allowed itself to be changed by that meeting rather than simply absorbing or destroying it, is the history of collective projection withdrawal. Richard Wilhelm, spending 25 years learning to hear China from the inside, is one example, a small one, but real. Chapter 23, Emotional Pain and Collective Images. Grief is personal. You grieve for specific losses, the specific person who is gone, the specific life that did not happen, the specific version of the future that closed. And grief is also not personal. When grief arrives in its full weight, when it occupies the body the way grief does, the heaviness in the chest, the specific quality of the light in the days after a loss, the strangeness of ordinary objects that belong to the person who is gone, it carries a quality that exceeds the specific loss. It is as if the personal grief opens a door to something much larger, the grief of all the losses that have ever been, the grief that has moved through human beings since the first human being lost the first person they loved, the accumulated weight of it. This is not a comforting thought, necessarily, but it is a true one. And what it means is that grief, real grief, the kind that does not resolve quickly and will not be managed away, puts the griever in contact with the collective layer. The archetypal images of loss are active. The imagery of darkness and winter and descent and the world without light. Orpheus following Eurydice into the underworld. Demeter searching the earth for her daughter Persephone. The Pieta, the dead Christ in his mother's arms. The 1,000 different images that every human culture has produced for the fact of loss. These images were not made for decoration. They were made because they carry something that the personal self alone cannot carry. The weight of grief exceeds what the personal ego can manage. The archetypal container, the shared imagery, the mythological frame, provides a vessel large enough for what has to be held. If your mind has been wandering, come back gently. We are still here. You do not need to have followed everything. There is a retired teacher named Marcus who spent a year after his wife's death unable to cry. He had done everything practically: the arrangements, the paperwork, the conversations with their children. He was functioning, and he was completely numb. What broke through was not the therapeutic process he tried, not the grief support group, not the medication. It was, unexpectedly, a piece of music, Barber's Adagio for strings, playing in a car on a drive he had taken many times with her. Something in the music touched the archetypal layer. The grief that was too large for the personal container found the collective vessel the music opened, and he cried for the first time. The personal grief needed the collective image to move. Not because the personal grief was insufficient, because it was too large for what the personal self alone could hold. Jung believed this was one of the functions of art, not decoration, not entertainment. The art that endures, the music, the painting, the poem, the story, endures because it holds archetypal images, because it provides vessels for the experiences that exceed ordinary personal categories, because it opens the door between the personal layer and the collective one, and allows the feelings that are too large to move through that door. The room is quiet. There is nothing that needs to happen. Albert Camus, writing in Return to Tipasa in 1952, described a visit to the ruins of a Roman town on the Algerian coast where he had spent time as a young man. He was in his late 30s. Much had happened in the years between: the war, the occupation, the moral complexity of the resistance. And he returned to this place expecting nothing, and found in the winter light on the stones that the world was still there, still beautiful, still indifferent to human suffering in the way that coastlines are indifferent, and that the indifference, far from being crushing, was a kind of relief. He wrote that in the midst of winter he found there was within him an invincible summer. This is the collective image working, not the personal summer of his own history. The archetypal summer, the enduring principle of warmth and return, alive in him despite everything that had tried to extinguish it. The collective images hold what the personal self, in its exhaustion, cannot hold alone. Chapter 24. The Terrifying Logic of Archetypes. We arrive at the edge of the hardest question. If the archetypes are autonomous, if they operate independently of the conscious self, generating images and feelings and patterns without the ego's permission, then what remains of human freedom? This is the question Jung's thought raises and cannot entirely dismiss. The archetypes, in his account, are not metaphors. They are not poetic names for tendencies. They are structural features of the psyche that behave, as he put it, like autonomous complexes. They have their own energy, their own logic, their own timing. They emerge when they emerge. They go when they go. When the shadow erupts, when the carefully maintained self-image shatters and the denied qualities appear in full force, the conscious self did not choose this. When the anima projection is activated, when you fall in love with a stranger who feels as though you have always known them, The ego did not make this decision. When the wise old man appears in a dream with information the conscious self did not have, the persona did not compose this message. Something else is running. Something that does not consult the agenda the ego has set. Does this mean you are not free? Jung's answer is careful. He does not say the ego has no freedom. He says the ego's freedom is more limited than the ego believes. And at the beginning of real freedom, the only freedom worth having is the recognition of this limit. There is a famous line in Jung's letters, the only verified direct quote I will use tonight: "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." This is what he means. The person who looks only at the outer world, expecting freedom and autonomy at the level of action, is dreaming. They are running on unconscious programs, archetypal patterns, shadow projections, persona constructions, without knowing it. They believe they are choosing. They are being chosen. The person who looks inside, who takes the time to see what is running, to identify the archetypes at work, to notice the projections and take them back, to examine the shadow without flinching, that person is more awake, not perfectly free. No one is perfectly free, but less compelled, less automatically subject to the patterns they have not yet seen. Let your body rest completely. Nothing is being asked of you. The terrifying logic of archetypes is also, from this angle, a liberation. You are not entirely the author of your inner life. Some of it is much older than you. Some of it runs on programs you did not write and cannot entirely rewrite. But seeing the program is already a change in the relationship to it. You cannot step outside the collective unconscious. You are made of it. But you can, over time, become familiar with its architecture. You can know the shadow and carry it, rather than being driven by it. You can know the persona and wear it lightly, rather than confusing it with your face. You can know the archetypes and meet them consciously, rather than being surprised by them from behind. That is the only freedom available. And it is, Jung insisted, enough. Kierkegaard wrote in 1844 that anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. He meant that genuine freedom, the freedom that comes with realizing you must choose and cannot not choose, produces a vertigo that is not comfortable. The openness is vertiginous. You stand at the edge and look down into possibility, and it is, for a moment, terrifying. The freedom Jung is offering is not the infinite freedom that Kierkegaard described. It is smaller and, in its way, more workable. The archetypes constrain. They are real constraints. But consciousness of the constraint changes its quality. You cannot step outside the pattern, but you can stand within it and know it is a pattern. And that knowing is the beginning of something that, while it is not unlimited freedom, is not enslavement either. It is dignity. The dignity of the person who sees clearly what they are working with. Chapter 25. Synchronicity and a Living World. In 1952, Carl Jung published a paper alongside the physicist Wolfgang Pauli. The paper was called Synchronicity and a Causal Connecting Principle. This is among the most contested, most dismissed, and most quietly influential things Jung ever wrote. The idea is simple to state and difficult to absorb. There are events that occur simultaneously and appear to be meaningfully connected, but cannot be explained by any causal chain. One event did not cause the other. They did not share a common physical cause. They are connected, but the connection is not through causality. It is through meaning. Jung proposed that meaning, not just physical causality, can be a principle of connection in the world. That events can be brought together not because one caused the other, but because both are expressions of the same underlying meaning at the same moment. He was careful about this. He did not call synchronicity magic. He did not call it evidence of a supernatural intervention. He called it an acausal connecting principle, a type of connection that operates alongside physical causality, not in place of it. The example he gave that has stayed in the literature is this. He was working with a highly rational patient whose therapy had stalled. She was intelligent, analytical, and thoroughly defended against anything that could not be explained by her usual frameworks. In one session, she was describing a dream in which she had been given a golden scarab beetle. At that exact moment, Jung heard a tapping at the window. He opened it. A flying insect came in. He caught it. It was a rose chafer, the closest thing in Switzerland to a golden scarab. He handed it to her. She was shaken. Something broke open. The therapy moved. The coincidence was improbable enough to be striking. But Jung's point was not that the beetle was sent by the universe as a therapeutic tool. His point was that the psyche and the outer world had, in that moment, expressed the same symbol simultaneously. The patient's psyche was encountering the scarab in her dream. A scarab arrived at the window. A coincidence? Perhaps, but a coincidence charged with exactly the meaning the therapy needed. Feel the weight of your breath moving in and out. There is nothing you need to do with what you hear. Wolfgang Pauli found in synchronicity a parallel with certain phenomena in quantum mechanics, where particles that have interacted remain correlated over distance in ways that classical physics cannot explain. The physicist was not endorsing mysticism. He was noting that the scientific picture of the world, at its deepest level, was already stranger than the classical model assumed. A world in which meaning can be a principle of connection is a different kind of world than the world the Enlightenment assumed. It is a world in which the inner and the outer are not as separate as they appear, in which the deep patterns of the psyche and the patterns of events can occasionally converge. This does not need to be believed. It only needs to be held as a possibility, because the possibility alone changes something in the relationship between a person and the events of their life. It opens a question. When something arrives unexpectedly, a person, a book, an encounter, a dream followed by a waking echo, it opens the question of whether causality is the only story available, whether meaning might also be speaking. The philosopher Henri Bergson, writing in France in the early 20th century, proposed that reality is not primarily spatial, made of discrete objects arranged in space, but temporal. It is flow, duration, a continuous becoming in which the boundaries between things are not as sharp as spatial thinking implies. Jung read Bergson. He found in Bergson's duration something adjacent to what he was reaching toward with synchronicity. If reality is, at its base, a continuous flow rather than a collection of discrete objects operating on each other through clear causal chains, then the strict separation between events is less absolute than ordinary thinking assumes. Events that are simultaneous are, in some sense, part of the same flow, and meaning, as much as physical causality, might be a principle by which parts of that flow are connected. This remains a hypothesis. It has not been proven and may not be provable with current tools, but it has not been disproven either, and it changes the quality of the question. Chapter 26, When Meaning Breaks Causality. The practical experience of synchronicity, if you have had it, is recognizable. You are thinking about a person you have not thought about in years. An hour later, they call. You cannot explain the sequence causally. You did not cause them to call. Their call did not cause your thought. But the two are connected by meaning. The person was somehow present in the moment before they arrived. You are in the middle of a decision that is eating you alive, a genuine either-or with no clear answer. You pick up a book at random, you open it to a random page, a sentence is directly about the decision. Not metaphorically, directly. You cannot explain this, but there it is. You are walking a path in your life that feels wrong but necessary. You turn a corner and see something, a face, a sign, an animal that feels, in the wordless way of genuine feeling, like confirmation. You are on the right path, or you are on the wrong one. Something in the outer world has answered a question you asked only inside. Jung did not want his patients to become superstitious about these moments. He did not want them to become helpless readers of omens. The point of synchronicity is not to surrender agency to external signs. It is to become sensitized to the possibility that the inner and outer worlds are not always operating in strict independence of each other. The psyche, in his view, is not merely inside the skull. It is embedded in a world that is, at its depths, not as purely mechanical as it appears. The collective unconscious is not separate from physical reality. It is a dimension of it. This is a genuinely radical claim. It places Jung outside the comfortable categories of both orthodox science and orthodox religion. He was not claiming that a personal God was arranging events as lessons. He was claiming something stranger, that meaning has a structural role in reality, that the world and the psyche are made of the same deep stuff, and that occasionally this shows. Let your body grow heavier against the surface beneath you. Heinrich Zimmer, the German Indologist whom Jung knew well, wrote extensively on the mythological traditions of India, where the relationship between inner and outer reality has always been described differently than in the Western tradition. In Vedantic philosophy, the world appearance, Maya, is not an illusion in the sense of something unreal. It is a veil of form over a formless ground. The world is real, but it is not fully itself at the surface. Beneath the surface, things are connected in ways the surface does not reveal. Synchronicity in this frame is a moment when the veil becomes thin, when the underlying connection between psyche and world becomes briefly visible. You do not need to adopt a philosophy to hold this. You only need to notice the next time something genuinely improbable occurs, something too specifically meaningful to be entirely comfortable as coincidence, that there are more ways to account for it than the strictly mechanical one, and that the world may be more responsive to the inner life than it appears on the ordinary days when causality seems to be the only story running. Pauli's contribution to the Synchronicity paper went beyond intellectual endorsement. He provided, from quantum physics, a model for what a causal connection might look like in nature. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, in which particles that have interacted remain correlated over any distance, such that measuring one instantly determines the state of the other, had no classical explanation. The correlation was real. The mechanism was not local causality. Pauli was not saying that quantum entanglement explains synchronicity. He was saying that nature already contains verified examples of a causal correlation, that the assumption that all meaningful connections must be causal was not a law of physics. It was a habit of thought. If nature already permits a causal correlation at the level of particles, the question of whether it permits something analogous at the level of meaning is at least a legitimate one. The universe is stranger than the model that insists on strict mechanical causality. Jung was not special pleading. He was paying attention. Chapter 27, The Collective Dream of Civilization. History has a psychology. This was Jung's most controversial claim, and the one, if you sit with it long enough, that is most difficult to dismiss. Civilizations do not merely develop economically, politically, technologically, they also develop psychologically. They move through collective states, periods of inflation, periods of depression, periods of possessed certainty, periods of questioning. They project their shadows onto neighboring civilizations. They discover previously repressed elements of their collective life. They fragment when the collective container can no longer hold the tension of the opposites within it. The first half of the 20th century in Jung's analysis was a period of catastrophic collective psychology. The European rational mind had suppressed its irrational depths for 300 years. The Enlightenment, with its commitment to reason, progress, and the mastery of nature, had placed enormous value on the conscious, rational surface of civilization. The emotional, instinctual, mythological depths had been systematically devalued. The collective unconscious does not accept this gracefully. What is suppressed at the collective level as at the personal level accumulates energy. It grows in the dark, and eventually it erupts. The eruption of 1914, the First World War, was, for Jung, not only a political failure, it was a collective psychological event. The irrational depths, denied for so long by a civilization that prided itself on reason, broke through in the form of mass violence on an industrial scale. And then it happened again in 1939. Jung had written in 1936 about sensing something building in the European collective psyche. The old Germanic god Wotan, associated in mythology with frenzy, possession, ecstatic violence, and a kind of terrible wind that takes the senses, seemed to be stirring. What happened in Germany was not, in his analysis, merely the result of political failure or economic despair, though those were real. Something archetypal had been activated, a collective possession. Let your breathing slow. You do not need to go anywhere with this. This analysis has been criticized, and some of the criticism is valid. There is a risk in archetypal explanations of history that the particular human choices and responsibilities get dissolved into a larger pattern and no one is accountable. Jung did not intend this. He was not excusing anything. He was trying to understand at the deepest level how things like this become possible. The understanding matters, because the patterns recur. The collective shadow does not solve itself. Each generation inherits the unfinished work of the previous one. The violence that was not examined, the suffering that was not acknowledged, the shadow that was projected and never withdrawn, these pass into the next era and show up in new clothing. The collective dream of civilization continues, and the individuals who are awake within it, who can name what is happening psychologically, who can resist the pull of collective projection, who can hold the tension of the opposites without needing to resolve it through violence, these individuals matter, not because they are powerful, because they are conscious. Erich Neumann, Jung's Israeli colleague who wrote The Origins and History of Consciousness in 1949, traced the development of human consciousness as a developmental sequence analogous to individual psychological development. At the beginning, in the earliest mythological record, consciousness was embedded in the Great Round, the undifferentiated maternal matrix. The hero myth represented the emergence of individual consciousness from that matrix, the ego separating from the collective, differentiating itself, establishing the capacity for autonomous individual life. Neumann saw the crisis of the 20th century as the failure of this development to include the next stage. Consciousness had differentiated, had become capable of extraordinary individual achievement, but had not then moved into a conscious relationship with the collective depths it had separated from. The shadow of that separation, the denied collective layer, was what erupted. The dream of civilization is always in this stage or that stage of the developmental sequence. What Neumann makes clear is that no stage is the final stage. The work continues. Chapter 28, The Shadow Behind History. In 1951, A man named Rudolf Hoes was executed in Poland for his role as commandant of Auschwitz. He had managed the industrialized killing of more than 1 million people. He wrote a memoir in his prison cell before the execution. That is one of the more disturbing documents of the 20th century, not because of its content, but because of its tone. He was not overcome with horror at what he had done. He was, in places, bureaucratic. He described organizational problems. He expressed, in some passages, a kind of professional pride in efficiency. This is the phenomenon that Hannah Arendt tried to name in her 1963 account of the Eichmann trial. The banality of evil, not the monster, the administrator. The man who separated the operational question from the moral question so completely that the moral question ceased to exist for him in the doing of the work. Jung would not have been surprised. He had been writing about exactly this psychological mechanism since the 1930s. When the collective shadow is in full operation, when an entire society has agreed at the level of official ideology that a particular group carries the qualities the society refuses, the individual who participates in the violence against that group is not acting as an individual. They are carried by the collective pattern. The archetypal possession of the crowd absorbs the individual moral conscience. The personal self becomes, in effect, evacuated. The collective program runs in its place. This is not an excuse. Jung was absolutely clear on this. The individual remains responsible. The fact that the collective pattern was running does not eliminate the individual's capacity to have refused it. People did refuse it, not many, but some. The refusal was possible. It was just enormously costly. What made refusal possible was, in almost every documented case, a prior engagement with conscience, a relationship to an inner life that was not fully absorbed by the collective, a set of values that had been personally claimed rather than simply inherited, an identity that was not entirely constituted by the group's definition. The shadow behind history is always the same shadow. The qualities a society refuses to acknowledge in itself, located in a designated other, acted upon with a violence proportional to the degree of the original denial. And the work of facing it individually in the quiet of a room, in the honesty of an examined inner life, is the only work that eventually changes it. Let your body rest. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Viktor Frankl, who survived Auschwitz and who wrote Man's Search for Meaning in 1946, observed something important about the survivors he knew. It was not the strongest who survived most intact. It was not those with the most personal resources. It was often those who had a why, a reason, something that gave the experience, no matter how terrible, a place in a larger story. Frankl's why was often specific: a person to return to, a book to finish, a purpose to complete. But it was also, at the archetypal level, the person's capacity to maintain a relationship to meaning, to not be entirely consumed by the collective chaos, to remain, in the deepest possible sense, a subject rather than an object. That capacity is what the shadow, when it operates collectively, most urgently tries to eliminate. The subjectivity of the other, the interiority, the individual soul. Recognizing the mechanism does not protect against it in any simple way, but it is the beginning of a kind of immunity, and it starts here in the honest examination of what lives in the dark. Seneca, writing to his friend Lucilius from Rome in the 1st century AD, proposed something that carries an unexpected resonance across 19 centuries. He wrote that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality, not denying the reality of suffering, noting that the mind amplifies it, anticipates it, rehearses it beyond what the actual event requires. This is personal wisdom. But it also contains in seed form the Jungian observation about the collective shadow. The violence that societies commit is very often a violence against an imagined enemy, an enemy constructed from the projected shadow, inflated by collective fear, made enormous by the denial that preceded the projection. The imagined threat is often more powerful than the actual one, and the violence done against the imagined version has real consequences for the actual people who were made to carry it. The examined life, the one that knows its own shadow, that has some familiarity with the mechanism of projection, is less susceptible to this, not immune, less susceptible. Chapter 29. Why crowds become irrational. Gustave Le Bon, the French social psychologist, published a book in 1895 called The Crowd, a Study of the Popular Mind. He was not a sympathetic observer. He was, in many ways, deeply conservative. But he documented something real. In crowds, individuals behave in ways they would not behave alone. The moral intelligence that governs private behavior recedes. Something else takes over. The individual becomes, in Le Bon's language, part of the group soul. And the group soul is capable of things, ecstatic things, violent things, heroic things, terrible things that the individual alone is not. Le Bon saw this as a regression, the crowd as a more primitive organism than the individual. Jung saw it differently, more precisely. The crowd activates the collective layer. The individual in a crowd is immersed in a field that carries enormous archetypal energy. The archetypes are contagious, in the same way that yawning is contagious or laughter is contagious. When a crowd collectively enters an archetypal state, possession by the shadow, inflation by the hero, the ecstasy of the Great Mother's embrace, the individual consciousness is partially submerged in it. This is not only dangerous, it is also the source of genuine communal experience. The crowd at a concert, the congregation at a religious gathering, the community in a moment of shared grief. These are collective archetypal events, and they provide something that individual life cannot. A temporary dissolution of the boundary between self and other. A moment of genuine we-ness, the experience of being part of something larger. The problem is not the dissolution itself. The problem is when the dissolution happens without consciousness. When individuals enter the collective field without having their own relationship to their inner life intact. The person who has never examined their shadow is most vulnerable to collective shadow possession. The person who has never faced their own aggression is most easily swept up in mob violence. The person who has never allowed their own grief is most susceptible to collective hysteria. What is unprocessed in the individual floods to the surface in the crowd. Feel the stillness of the room. Your body is here, quiet and heavy. The implications for how to live are, again, not collective. There is no crowd intervention that reliably prevents archetypal possession at a collective level. There are only individuals who are sufficiently awake in themselves to maintain some thread of their own consciousness even when the collective field is pulling hard. This is not political in the partisan sense. It is psychological. The ability to step back in the middle of collective intensity and ask, what is actually happening here? What am I feeling? Is this feeling mine, or have I borrowed it from the group? These questions are possible. They are extremely difficult in the moment, but they are possible. And they require exactly the kind of prior work that Jung spent his career describing, the examined inner life. The known shadow. The individual who is not a perfect unity, who has contradictions and acknowledged failures, and a relationship to the dark side of themselves, is, paradoxically, more resistant to collective possession than the person who believes themselves to be entirely good. The examined life is not more comfortable, it is more awake. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist, has written about the experience of group therapy in terms that touch the Jungian observation. Something happens in groups that does not happen in individual sessions. The individual's personal defenses come down in ways they would not otherwise. Material surfaces that the individual, alone with the therapist, would have kept contained. The group field, the shared emotional space, activates things. In therapeutic groups, with structure and skilled facilitation, this activation is the point. The material that surfaces in the group becomes available for examination and transformation in a way that individual therapy cannot always reach. Without structure and skilled facilitation, the same activation happens and goes nowhere constructive. The material surfaces, the archetypal energies, are released, and without a conscious container, they take whatever form the collective moment makes available, creativity or destruction. The crowd is always on the edge of both. Chapter 30. Love, Fear, and Ancient Forms. Love does not begin with a person. This is the most startling thing Jung says about it. It begins with an archetype. Every human psyche contains in the collective layer an image of the other, the image that the soul takes in the unconscious. For a man, Jung called this the anima, the internal feminine. For a woman, the animus, the internal masculine. These are not descriptions of gender as a social fact. They are descriptions of the contrasexual archetype, the complement within, the other half of the psychic totality that the ego has not claimed. The anima is built from the accumulated experience of all the women that the human male line has encountered over hundreds of thousands of years. It is ancient. It carries a specific quality, or more precisely, a range of qualities, from the simplest to the most ethereal. Eve and Helen of Troy, and the Virgin Mary and Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. These are the same archetypal figure in different manifestations. The animus is built from the accumulated experience of the masculine that the female line carries. The hero, the sage, the trickster, the lover, the tyrant. The whole range of the masculine, as it has appeared to women across all the generations of humanity, when you meet someone and fall in love, immediately, inexplicably, with a stranger who feels known, what has happened is not that you have found the right person. What has happened is that the right person has activated an archetype. The stranger carries something that matches the soul image. The anima or the animus has been projected onto a real human being, and the charge of that projection is enormous. If you need to come back gently, now. This is the part that matters for most people who carry love as a question. This is not a reduction of love. Jung was not a cynic about it. He was a mapper of it. The projection of the soul image is the beginning of love, but it is not yet love. Love, in its more conscious form, is what happens after the projection begins to withdraw. After the beloved reveals themselves to be a person rather than an archetype. After the ecstasy of the initial projection settles and the question becomes, can I love this specific human being rather than the archetype I saw in them? Most relationships do not reach this question. The projection shatters and the love appears to end. Or the projection is maintained by never allowing the other person to be genuinely seen, never encountering the specific human being behind the soul image. The relationships that deepen over time are the ones where both people, gradually and imperfectly, come to see each other clearly, where the archetype is allowed to recede without taking the love with it, where what was projection becomes, slowly, genuine recognition. That is among the most difficult things human beings do, and it is, in Jung's account, a form of individuation itself. Love, when it goes deep enough, is a meeting not of two self-sufficient egos, but of two people both carrying the same ancient forms, both partially shaped by patterns they did not choose, both reaching through those patterns towards something genuinely other. That reaching is the most human thing there is. The poet Rilke, in his Letters to a Young Poet written in 1903, described love in terms that are strikingly Jungian before Jung had fully articulated what he was building. Rilke wrote that the highest task for a relationship between two people is not fusion, not becoming one, but each becoming a guardian of the other's solitude, protecting the irreducible separateness of the other, loving them not as a mirror of the self, but as a genuinely separate being with their own depth. This is the love that becomes possible after the projection begins to withdraw, not the ecstasy of the anima activation, the soul image encounter. the quieter, more durable thing that follows. The choice to love the specific person who has emerged from behind the archetype, separate, limited, real. That love asks more of us. It gives more back. Chapter 31. The Self Beyond Personal Identity. Everything Jung has been building toward, the collective unconscious, the archetypes, the shadow, the anima and animus, the persona, individuation as the life's work. All of it points toward a single concept that is the most difficult to speak about. He called it the self, with a capital S. Not the self, as ordinary people use the word, the identity, the personality, the story you tell about yourself. Not the ego, which is the center of consciousness and thinks it is in charge. Something different. The self is, in Jung's framework, the archetype of wholeness. The totality of the psyche, conscious and unconscious, personal and collective, ego and shadow, all the archetypes and their opposites. The self is not achieved. It is not constructed. It is what is already there, beneath and beyond all the constructions the conscious life has built. The ego is a small light. The self is the dark ocean in which the light moves. The self makes itself known in specific ways. In dreams, it tends to appear as a figure of unusual authority and centrality. A wise figure, a divine child, a circular symbol, a mandala. The mandala is perhaps its most consistent symbolic expression. In every culture on Earth, the mandated pattern, a circle, often containing a square or a cross, organized around a center, appears as a symbol of wholeness. In Hindu and Buddhist art, as the yantra and the mandala. In the rose windows of Gothic cathedrals, in the Native American medicine wheel, in the sand paintings of the Navajo healing ceremonies. Jung discovered, empirically, that his patients produced mandala-like drawings spontaneously during periods of psychological integration, without knowing what they were doing. Without having studied the tradition, the psyche was drawing the symbol of its own wholeness. The self, in this sense, is not a religious concept, though it parallels the religious concept of the soul. It is a psychological reality, the ordering center that the ego cannot fully see, from which the impulse toward individuation originates, toward which the entire process of psychic development is aimed. Let your body rest. Let the darkness around you be simply darkness. What does it feel like to touch the self? Jung described moments in which the ordinary boundaries of the personal self become temporarily permeable, in which the quality of ordinary time changes, in which something larger than the personal life seems briefly present. These are not mystical raptures necessarily, they can be very quiet. The artist absorbed in work who loses track of time and then returns to ordinary consciousness with a sense of having been somewhere true. The moment at the bedside of someone dying in which the usual categories of everyday life fall away and something larger is briefly present. The second, in a natural landscape, a cliff edge, a forest in early morning light, a sea horizon, when the self seems to open and extend beyond its ordinary boundaries. These moments are not manufactured. They arrive. They have been arriving in human lives throughout history. Jung's claim is that what arrives in those moments is an encounter with the self, the deeper totality, making contact with the small ego that is, in its ordinary hours, busy managing a life. You have had these moments, in whatever form they come for you. They are real. They are not anomalies. They are the self, doing what it has always done, reminding the ego that it is not alone in its own body, that there is more to what you are than what you currently know. The mandala appears spontaneously in the art of people undergoing deep psychological change who have no knowledge of its religious history. Jung documented this in his clinical work throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Patients who were moving through particularly difficult passages would produce drawings and paintings that organized themselves around a center, a circle containing internal structure, a quartering, a point of gravity toward which everything in the image oriented. He saw this as the self making itself visible, the psyche drawing its own wholeness as a goal and a ground, not as something achieved, but as something present, a center of gravity that the ego orbits rather than produces. The mandala tradition, in Buddhist and Hindu practice, makes this process intentional. The meditator constructs the mandala as an act of attention, placing the self in relationship to the center consciously. What Jung found was that the psyche constructs its own mandala spontaneously, without instruction, when the process of individuation is genuinely underway. Chapter 32, Consciousness as a Small Island. There is an image Jung returned to repeatedly across his life's work. Consciousness as an island, small, isolated in the vast ocean of the unconscious. The island is real. It is where life is lived, where choices are made, where the daily work of being a person happens. The island is not an illusion, but the ocean is real too. And the ocean is vastly larger than the island. And the island is made of the ocean, built up from the ocean floor, composed of the same material, dependent on the ocean for its substance. The ego looks out from the island and sees water in every direction. It cannot see the ocean floor. It cannot see what is living in the depths. It can see only the surface, which is sometimes calm and sometimes turbulent, but always opaque. William James had a version of this image. In 1890, he wrote about the subliminal, the region just beneath the threshold of ordinary waking consciousness that is continuous with the margin of the self. He believed that religious and mystical experiences were contacts with this subliminal region, that what felt like encounter with the divine was encounter with the wider self, the parts of the psyche that the narrow everyday consciousness excludes. James was generous in his empiricism. He did not insist that the subliminal region was nothing more than psychology. He left open the question of whether the wider self might be continuous with something genuinely beyond the individual. He sat comfortably in the uncertainty. Jung sat there too. He never claimed to know whether the collective unconscious was a purely psychological reality or whether it was continuous with a reality beyond the individual psyche. He believed the evidence was insufficient for certainty in either direction. He held the question. This is among the most intellectually honest positions in the history of depth psychology. And it is, paradoxically, one of the most freeing. You do not need to resolve whether the ocean is only ocean or whether it opens into something larger. You only need to acknowledge that the island is not the whole story. That what you can see, what you can think, what you can consciously manage is a small portion of what is actually there. Feel the surface beneath you. Let your breathing slow. The island is not diminished by acknowledging the ocean. The conscious self is not made less real by the recognition that the collective unconscious is larger. The light is not less valuable because the dark is vast. If anything, the relationship changes. The island stops trying to be the ocean, stops insisting that what cannot be seen from its shore does not exist, stops treating the depth as an enemy or a problem to be solved. And the relationship that becomes possible between the small conscious self and the vast archetypal depths is what Jung spent his entire life pointing toward. Not mastery, not absorption. A conversation between equal realities, the island and the ocean finding their terms with each other. There is something that begins to happen in a life when that conversation starts. The anxiety about the depths diminishes, not because the depths become less deep, but because they become less strange. Not because you understand them, but because you have stopped needing to. There is a quieter version of this image in the Taoist tradition, which Richard Wilhelm made available to Jung through decades of careful translation. The Tao that can be named, the opening of the Tao Te Ching, says, is not the eternal Tao. What can be fully articulated, fully grasped, fully brought into the light of conscious awareness is not the deepest thing. The deepest thing is always just beyond the edge of what can be said. Lao Tzu, the semi-legendary author of the Tao Te Ching, writing in the 6th century before the Common Era, described the sage as someone who acts without forcing, who leads without dominating, who knows the limitation of knowing, who lives in productive relationship with what cannot be fully known rather than in permanent war with it. The island does not need to conquer the ocean. It needs to know where it ends and the ocean begins. That knowledge is enough. Chapter 33, Anxiety in the Symbolic Age. Something has happened in the last few centuries of Western life that Jung found deeply significant. The symbolic layer, the collective mythological framework that had organized human experience from the beginning, was dismantled without being replaced. For thousands of years, the meaning-making structures of human life were mythological, not factually accurate in the way that scientific accounts are accurate, but psychologically adequate. The cosmologies, the rituals, the stories about origin and destiny, and the relationship between the human and the divine, these provided containers. The individual experience of suffering, loss, meaninglessness, death, these were held by a shared framework that gave them a place. Not a comfortable place necessarily, but a place. The Enlightenment dismantled this framework systematically, and did so with excellent reasons. Superstition, violence done in the name of religion, the abuse of theological authority to prevent inquiry. The dismantling was necessary. The freedom of thought it made possible is genuinely valuable. But the symbolic container was dismantled without a replacement being offered. And the human psyche, which has the same needs it has always had, which still requires containers for the archetypal contents, which still generates the deep images and feelings that the collective unconscious has always generated. The human psyche found itself with nowhere to put them. The modern anxiety that does not have an adequate personal address, the free-floating dread, the sense of meaninglessness in the middle of a comfortable life, the feeling of emptiness that success does not fill, is, in Jung's reading, partly this. It is the psyche without a symbolic home, the archetypes without adequate containers, the deep contents with nowhere to go. This does not mean that what is needed is a return to pre-Enlightenment religion. Jung was not saying this. He was saying that the psychic need which religious symbolism addressed is still present, still real, still generating its material, and that the most urgent cultural project of the contemporary period is to find new containers, or to understand the old ones more deeply than the institution has always permitted. If your mind has been drifting, come back gently. We are almost through the deep territory. Soon the landscape will soften. Rainer Maria Rilke, the Czech-Austrian poet writing in the early 20th century, put something adjacent to this in a letter to a young poet in 1903. He wrote that the answers to the hardest questions should not be chased, that a person should live the questions, inhabit them fully over a long period without forcing resolution, that eventually, after enough time, one might live into the answers without knowing it. This is a different relationship to the symbolic layer than either credulity or dismissal. It is the willingness to stay in the presence of what cannot be fully known, to let the archetypes be what they are, without either surrendering to them entirely or refusing them their reality. Anxiety diminishes not by solving the symbolic void, but by acknowledging it, by knowing that the unease is not a personal failure, but a cultural condition, that what you are feeling in the dark is real, that the layer you are longing to contact, the deeper, older, stranger layer beneath personal consciousness, has always been there, and that the desire to make contact with it is not a regression. It is a human need as old as the human being. John Bowlby, the British psychologist who developed attachment theory in the middle of the 20th century, identified something that has a Jungian parallel. The infant, he found, needs not only food and warmth, it needs a reliable relationship, a secure base from which exploration becomes possible. Without the secure base, without the trusted other who will be there when the child returns, exploration is too dangerous. The child cannot venture into the unknown. The symbolic framework of a culture provides a collective, secure base, a shared story about what the world is and what human life is for. When that base is absent, when the culture can no longer provide a coherent account of meaning, The individual is left to explore without it. Some people manage this with creativity and genuine resilience. Many find the anxiety of it is simply too large. They reach for whatever offers certainty, however false. Whatever provides the appearance of a frame, even a distorted one. The hunger for the symbolic base is real. It is not weakness. It is the attachment system operating at the level of meaning. Chapter 34, The Psyche that Builds Reality. Jung used the phrase psychic reality with a deliberateness that is easy to miss. He meant it precisely. The psyche does not merely reflect reality. It participates in building it. Not in the simple subjective sense that everyone sees things differently. In a deeper sense, the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious, is not inside the skull. It is not a private possession. It is, in his account, a genuine layer of reality that the brain participates in but does not generate. This is the most radical claim he made, and it sits at the edge of what language can carry comfortably. Think of it this way: the archetypes, the structural patterns of the collective unconscious, are the same everywhere they appear. They produce the same basic images in a medieval German and a contemporary Japanese and a hunter-gatherer in pre-contact Australia. They appear in dreams and myths and religious experience and psychosis and art across all times and places. They are not generated by individual brains acting independently. They are something that individual brains participate in. This sounds like it should be mystical. Jung resisted that description. He was a physician. He wanted empirical grounding. He spent years corresponding with Wolfgang Pauli precisely because the physicist had found, at the quantum level, that particles do not behave like isolated objects acting on each other through purely local causes. They appear to be embedded in a field, to be expressions of an underlying structure that is non-local, shared, connecting. Pauli believed, and Jung came to believe with him, that what the physicist finds at the level of subatomic particles and what the psychologist finds at the level of the collective unconscious may be expressions of the same underlying reality. Different disciplines probing the same depths with different instruments. This is not a claim to certainty. It is a claim to a question worth asking. If it is true, if the psyche is not sealed inside the skull, but participates in something larger, then the boundary between inner and outer reality is not where the ordinary picture places it. The separation between mind and world is less complete than it appears. Let your arms rest. Let your face soften into the pillow or the mattress. What this means practically in the quiet of a life is subtle. It means that the way you hold your inner life is not only private, that what happens in the examined inner life, the acknowledged shadow, the withdrawn projection, the growing relationship between ego and self, matters beyond the boundary of the personal. That consciousness, genuine, hard-won, individual consciousness, contributes something to the larger field that everything participates in. This is not grandiosity. Jung was careful to say that the contribution is small, the individual is small, the ocean is enormous. But the island is made of ocean stuff, and what the island does matters for the ocean in ways the island cannot fully see. The active imagination technique that Jung developed in later life, sitting with the images of the unconscious and entering into dialogue with them, not with forced resolution, but with genuine attention, was, for him, a form of this participation. Not escaping the collective unconscious, but meeting it consciously, engaging with it as a genuine reality, allowing it to speak and listening to what it says and responding from the honest ground of the personal self. That engagement is what he believed psychic reality required. Not passive reception, not forced control. Dialogue. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen teacher who spent decades in exile from his home country, wrote about what he called interbeing, the mutual arising of all phenomena, the impossibility of separating any one thing entirely from the field of conditions that produces it. He described this not as a mystical belief, but as a direct observation of reality available to anyone who looked carefully enough. The flower is made of non-flower elements: sunlight, rain, soil, the cloud that carried the rain, the star that will eventually die and whose material became the soil. Nothing stands alone. The psyche, in Jung's deepest account, is similarly interbeing. It is not a sealed system. It is embedded in a field, the collective unconscious, the shared archetypal layer that it participates in but did not generate. And that field is embedded in whatever the physical world ultimately is, at the level where Pauli's quantum correlations live. What this means is that the inner life is never entirely private, never entirely separate, always in some unspecifiable way in contact with what is larger. Chapter 35. Resting beneath the shared depth. We are close now to the edge of sleep. The territory we have moved through tonight is real. It is not comfortable to look at, and it is also not designed to frighten you. Jung spent his life in these depths and came back to describe them not with dread, but with something closer to wonder. A biologist's wonder. The wonder of a scientist who has found the system more complex and more beautiful than the original models allowed for. The collective unconscious is not against you. It is not a threat to you. It is the depth from which you come, the shared floor beneath the individual life, the place where your particular biography opens into the long human story. And the long human story is not a comfortable story. It contains enormous suffering, enormous shadow, enormous projection and violence, and the accumulation of all the things that human beings have refused to see in themselves, century after century. But it also contains all the courage, all the love, all the moments when someone at great cost chose to see clearly, all the art that held the archetypal images in a form beautiful enough to receive them, all the wisdom that Seneca and Kierkegaard and Jung himself carried through difficulty and brought back, changed, for whoever came after them. You are part of this, not a passive part, the part of it that is awake tonight, in this room, letting these ideas move through you. Let your body grow heavier, let the ideas settle like sediment through water, finding their own level. The open loop we planted at the very beginning, the two kinds of unease, can rest now. The first kind, the specific anxieties of your specific life. They are real and they are yours, and they will be waiting tomorrow with their specific weight. Tonight they have been set aside, not solved. The second kind, the unease that has no address. The pressure from below the door. The weight that arrives without announcement. That second kind, tonight, has a language. It is the collective layer making contact. It is the deep structures of the shared human psyche expressing themselves through your particular nervous system at this particular moment. You are not broken. You are not failing. You are human in the deepest possible sense, feeling what human beings have always felt, carrying what has always been carried, held even now in this dark room, in a layer of shared experience so ancient and so vast that the word ancient barely touches it. Feel the weight of your body. Let the mattress hold you. Your breath is slow. The room does not need anything from you. The night is not asking anything. Beneath your individual mind, something enormous and very old is resting too. It has been here for every night of your life and every night of the lives that came before yours, all the way back to the first human being who lay down in the dark and wondered what was moving in them. They did not know what it was either. They lay with the not knowing. They found eventually what you are finding now, that the not knowing is not a failure, that the depth is not an enemy, that whatever is moving in the dark, beneath everything you know about yourself, is not separate from you. It is you, the older version, the part that was here before the story started. The breath becomes slower. The mind, which has been moving through difficult territory for some time now, is beginning to find its natural settling place. Not the place where everything is understood, the place where understanding is no longer required, where the question about what is moving in the dark stops needing an answer and simply rests alongside you as it has always done. Patient, not threatening. Part of the fabric of what it is to be human, in a body, in the dark. Seneca, on the last days he had before his death, wrote to Lucilius with a calm that was not performed. It was the calm of someone who had gone far enough into the question of his own life to have found what he was looking for, not an answer to death, but a relationship to it. He wrote about time not as something to be managed, but as something to be inhabited, fully, even now, especially now. That quality of inhabiting is what the night offers. Not the night as a problem to be solved by reaching morning, the night as itself. As the time when the deep layer is most accessible, when the small conscious self is quietest and the vast collective depth is most present, you are in that time now. Chapter 36. Sleep inside the ancient mind. The lamp is off now. The room is completely dark. And the dark, tonight, is not empty. You know this now in a way that is different from knowing it as a fact. You know it because you have spent this time moving carefully through the evidence. The collected work of a lifetime of thinking by a man who would not look away. Carl Jung sat in his study in Zurich in 1913. The Red Book was open before him. The winged old man was speaking, and Jung was writing down what he said. Not because he was certain it was real in the way chairs are real, because he was certain it was real in the way that anything which produces this much light could not be entirely nothing. He wrote for 50 years. He read everything he could find. He gathered evidence from patients and myths and alchemical texts and Eastern philosophy and medieval Christian mysticism. He moved between disciplines with the freedom of someone who has decided that the question matters more than the discipline's boundaries. And what he found, the thing he kept finding in every corner of the evidence, was this: you are not alone in there. The surface of the mind is individual. The depths are shared. And the depths are not a foreign country. They are the ground from which the individual life grows. The soil from which the small plant of personal consciousness extends, constantly fed by what it does not see. The archetypes are not distant. They are not waiting in some metaphysical elsewhere. They are active in you right now, in this room, in this night. The wise old man is the quiet voice that has seen this before and is not alarmed. The child is the thing in you that has not given up. The shadow is the weight you have been carrying since before you could name what you were carrying. The self is the center that does not require your attention to remain steady. They have been here every night of your life, and every night of the lives that came before yours, all the way down the long, dark corridor of human time to the beginning. Let your shoulders rest. Let your hands rest. The last thing to say, and then there is only silence, is this: the mind beneath all minds is not terrifying because it is hostile. It is terrifying because it is so much larger than the self that has been running the show. The ego is not the enemy. But it is not the whole story. And the moment you can hold both of those truths at once, the ego is real and the ego is small, something settles. The small self and the vast depth are not at war. They never were. The depth is not waiting for you to dissolve into it. It is waiting for you to become familiar with it, to recognize it the way you recognize old music you did not know you remembered, to find it where it has always been, not outside, not in another life, here, beneath the noise of the day, beneath the personal anxieties and the personal victories and the face you wear for the world. Beneath the voice of the inner critic and the aspirations of the persona and the projected qualities of the shadow, beneath all of it, something is resting. Something very old and very patient and entirely without alarm. It knows you are here. It has always known. The mind you share with every human being who has ever lived is quiet tonight. The ancient architecture of the psyche is still. The collective depth is holding you in the same way it has held every person who ever lay down in the dark and listened. You are held by something older than your name, something larger than your story, something that does not require you to have figured out everything that has been puzzling you. Something that was here before the questions started and will be here after the answers come, if they come, and even if they do not. The long human night continues. Inside it, millions of people are lying in the dark right now, in rooms on every part of the earth, carrying the same archetypes, dreaming the same deep dreams, held by the same enormous shared flaw. You are one of them, only one, and part of all of them. In Compen, the depth is quiet. The room is dark. The mind beneath all minds is resting. Sleep now.